Good morning, bonjour tout le monde, goedendag iedereen, and welcome to this first World Belgian Political Congress. Yes, I'm excited. Okay, good. So, yeah, thanks a lot for making. Is it too loud? It's too loud. Okay, I will speak. No, that's not good. Okay, I'll change this. It's good to have a bit of feedback because we're having some. Is it better now? Is it not too quiet? No? Perfect. Okay. Okay, great. So I think I will speak English most of the time here. If you have any problems with understanding, please speak up and we can help you with translation. Expliquez-moi, parle français aussi. Dus voilà. Short overview of the day. So you've made it here. We're excited to see so many of you. We will have a short keynote speaker from one of our MP, Anna, who unfortunately could not make it here today. They're very busy, our MPs. So, and she will be doing it via Teams. But then we will also have two other keynote speakers. One of our elected representatives from Televuren, Tracy Dufters, who's here in person, and also our European co-president, Nas Klappers, who will also make this introduction. And after the co-president from Slovakia is here as well to give us a small introduction as well to the Bratislava General Assembly of Europa, where you will all be coming to. And then we will move on after the short coffee break towards more political discussion, and we want you to be involved in all this discussion on where we want to bring involved Belgium for the elections in 2029. We'll make more of these political congress, of course. And just to give you a small idea for the ones that are here for longer and maybe for the new faces that are seen around here, what's the difference between the Congress and the General Assembly when we decided to make political Congress something more about policies and where we want to go as a movement, as a political party, and the General Assembly, which will be usually held online, will be more for administrative reasons on how to manage our associations and how we want to do that internal ways of working. And so we really want to a bit separate these two things so that it makes it very interesting for our members when they come to politics, and make it also interesting when we want to talk about how we work. So this is the basic introduction. I think you will see me again throughout the day. For the ones who don't know me, I'm myself, I'm the co-president since a year now of the Belgian section of FOP. And yeah, together with my board, we hope that we concocted a nice enough program to interest you, and we want you to be engaged in this discussion throughout the day. So without further ado, I think Anna should be ready soon. Go for it. Just your word. So we had a bit of technical difficulties because we could not get the feedback to stream it online. Usually we always try to stream it online. Unfortunately, this room when we rented here, they did not stream it. So the room, we didn't have the connections until today to do this, so we tested all the rest. We set up all the rooms for thanks a lot for all the volunteers that came yesterday to put all the chairs and everything. And there we go. So we see Anna. Hi Anna, can you hear me? Hello.
Oh, camera isn't working. Good morning.
We can't hear the room. Let's see why this is. I think I know why. Try it again.
Like I say, something again, we try to make the sound order. We heard you, but not very the quiz.
Sorry for technical difficulties.
Can you try again?
You need to select on the source of keys as well. Yeah. The next microphone. Yes.
Okay, we should hear you now, Anna. Can you say again something?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. I don't see anyone, but do you want to just go ahead or do I wait for something?
Yes, please.
Yes, you can work.
I have a feeling that the connection is not great. But what I will do, everyone there, I will do a short introduction, tell you about what I'm working on, what's happening right now, and then let's say let's open the floor for some questions. Is it okay, everyone?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Then again, good morning. I'm here in Rotterdam this weekend. I would love to be there, but we have local elections coming up in the Netherlands, municipal elections. So sometimes I have to make decisions where I am, and if I could be in the Netherlands, so I can make some time here for the local elections as well. But it is great that I can join you online, and that we have today your little assembly. Because it is a historic moment, well, for to be European, to be part of it, and for me personally as well to be part of the European Parliament right now, because a lot is happening. We have seen it yesterday and today with the news about Iran, the attacks on Iran from Israel and from Trump, and what I think of this means what's happening. Well, first of all, that what I can tell you is that there's an second country, a whole regime, but there's no current plan for people in Iran how to go to a democratic regime change. What will be the future for people in Iran? That's something that's mainly in my mind. But the other thing is that you're standing on next to everything that's happening but has already power. And I think this is exactly for what is happening right now in the world. Europe has to redefine its place on the world stage. Because we have to deal with a bully on our website, we have to deal with Trump, who does not follow the way we used to work, having a family together. We have to deal with the aggressor on our right side, with Putin, who refuses to stop the war in Ukraine. We have to deal with migration, which causes a lot of issues within Europe coming from the Lord, from Africa, countries in the Middle East. And on top of us, we have a situation in Greenland, which is challenging for us, for the relationship between Europe, Denmark, and Greenland. So there's many things going on, and the question is, what will Europe do with that? And I don't know what's happening in the Parliament. I think there's a huge urgency that we have to change. But then the conclusion is from this urgency is that we need a bit more money for defense. And we have to work a bit more together. But what I don't see at this moment is that we will ask for change to reform Europe to make sure that Orban cannot have an empty building that is reserved for Ukraine. And this is problematic. I think that it is highly important that we'll keep going, that we organize ourselves even better if we have to do this, to make sure that reform is on the table. And that's why we have started for the United States of Europe. And you might know my opinion in the United States, which I can understand, but it is something very tangible. Now we want people to think about it, and it would be great if maybe people from Belgium as well can join us this aim. Maybe in every next European summit where the heads of states come together, we can protest, we can send forward the summit with our signs, the United States of Europe, at a time with no visa. This will be great, so we can be the constant voice asking for reform. But if you want to get there, if you want me to form another, we as well also have to improve, we have to professionalize. And one thing the Board of Europe is doing is to create a European Party, an actual European Party. Because right now, we are already a party, but we do not exist as a European Party yet. And to do so, we need 7 representatives from the European national or certain regional level. Then we can exist as a European Party, we get proper funding. And this might be a bit of a difficult topic, I don't know how much you know about this, but I think I appreciate it's highly that the European Board is going on this path of creating a European Party, because then we can professionalize and that gives us the opportunity to really prepare for 2029 when the next European elections are coming. And my aim is for us still to have 25 seats so we can have our own team group in the parliament. But again, there are sort of local elections coming up, national elections, and I hope that with this general assembly, the whole Belgium also take the next step and professionalize and set a clear goal for the upcoming years. And I'm very curious to hear a bit more about the plan, and if you have any suggestions also for us, feel free to share them. There are many more things that we talk about, the shift to the right environment, might feel that we have another perspective. But I do want to put here the clear goal for all of us to keep fighting for this European reform in the United States of Europe. And if you have any questions about those topics, feel free to ask them. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks, Anna. I've also sent you a link to the live stream. I think if you open that, you can see, you can see it a little bit. Yeah. So, and I think you can see the podium on the live stream. So now we invite people to ask questions. But if you have a question, maybe so you're visible, just come to the front. To ask a question.
Okay, it's okay. I can not. This is even better. Not
Hi, I'm Dana Star. And is it the right one? Yes. So I'm interested about the professionalizing of funding.
not here. Not the question.
Yeah, maybe come to the front. Right there.
Hi, Anna, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Alright, so I'm Anna Bertinska, I'm head of Tracy in the Rotterdam, and I have this interest in understanding how one can get professionalized funding in
Yes, well, I can answer this question, but I think Nels Clovis is also in the room, right? Maybe this is a better question to ask to Nels, if you would like to take this question.
Hi everyone, my name is Oscar, I'm the co-president of. It's a very big question, and actually, around 12 o'clock we will have a whole presentation where present you with all the details of this. Funding is a very important part of politics. It's a vicious circle. Funding to create your party, to campaign, get political influence, and that circle feeds on itself. So if you don't have money at the start, luckily we are already very much going. 40,000 members throughout Europe. Many departments, and what we're now doing is taking the next step. So around 12 o'clock I will take you through the whole process and what's going to happen and how it can also really help full Belgium. Back to you, Anna. that answer part of your question? Is there anyone else? Yeah, Irene. Please. Come on. Hello, Anna. We've seen a huge success in My Voice, My Choice. Congratulations. My question is, when will Vault have its own European citizenship, so we gain some visibility across the Europe?
It's a very good question. So, maybe for other people there, you do not know My Voice, My Choice. This is a European Citizens Initiative, and it's when one of the few that became a real success. So, a citizens initiative can be started by anyone, any community that wants to start something to change. And it was changed, caused by an family with Romanian, and she saw that women in many countries in Europe, in some countries in Europe, do not have the right to safe and accessible working, for example, in Poland. So she started an initiative and she collected over 1 million signatures all over Europe. And because she managed to do so, the European Commission has to look at that proposal. And out of last week we got the answer after months and months and months and months, I think it took years. So in the last month of extensive campaigning, the European Commission said, okay, we want to make sure that money is available as a fund for safe and accessible abortion for women all over Europe. It wasn't exactly the way they wanted it, but something happened and it was a positive result. If there is a topic that we are very passionate about, let it be European reform, let it be European training networks, we can start a citizens initiative, but then we have to be able to collect over 1 million signatures for all of Europe. So every country there is a percentage of signatures that we have to collect. It would show the true value of votes, not from us just being a political party, but also being a political movement. But if we want to do this, then some voters have to get together, define the topic, and really start an extensive campaign. But if there is an interest in this, I think it will be very useful for some people to get together.
One more, please, Giorgio. Yes, please. You can go this way.
Ayana, good Sunday to everyone. Just a quick comment, but also like information and hope for support to Anna. We are actually working on BCI. There are several things that I'm thinking about. The topic that we are working on is on housing. There is quite a momentum, also because we found a very interesting partner, so we will not be alone in this effort. But of course, we have to talk with all chapters, for the MPs that we just got the very vague news from what I know, but we want to put them at the forefront of this possible campaign. So Anna, I hope to see you campaigning for the next PCI. We'll see if it is housing or someone else, but I'm working on it. That's it.
Thank you. I think we have one more question from Peter.
Go this way. This around.
Thanks, Ayana and Giorgio. I happen to be in the board of the European Federalists, and one of the things in which we might try to understand is on reform of the parliament. So the parliament voted in 2024, they want reform, they want a new ways of transnational elections, which is something that would benefit vote. And I think it is another interesting venue. You are 40,000 voters, we are 60,000 European federalists. Good start. 100,000, if each of that 10 people, we have 1 million citizens. We're going to discuss that in Barcelona of March. As a vote Belgian member, I will be giving this at least a vote.
Thank you. I think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions. Alex? I think you can both come to the front.
I think one question.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Maybe to hear that you are working on this. It really shows that you're actively seeking change. Because this is also, you're a political party now, it doesn't mean that the work is done. You have to really keep fighting for a reach, and this is a great example. If you're going to do this, I would urge you to really focus on targeting national governments. Because if you want to form, the European Parliament has already, as I said, voted for this. So the next step is to convince national governments. So if you have a successful campaign, it should have a big national component, making sure that we also convince national members of the parliament to be in favor of treaty reform.
Yeah, I had what's one question on more like how can we help each other? Both Belgium has a lot of members in Brussels, I've been in Brussels, or teams are in Brussels. How can we support each other, like feedbacks or actions together? You know, like we can basically have some synergies in our
Well, so one of the things we have to do is, because there are many great ideas or policies, but I think the next step is to keep standing out and to make sure that more people know about us and that we reach the media. So one very concrete thing we could do is what I just said, is the European summits. It might seem small, but it could create a snowball bigger movements. Once we did demonstrate in front of the European summit with no people works and that was in the media many times. So if we could gather a group of dedicated voters in Brussels, in Belgium, that we go every summit and also every time a member of parliament us, we will do it, we can protest, we could maybe gather a bigger and bigger group in front of the summits extend beyond it. I think this would be a first concrete example that we can work with Philip, and from there I'm sure that many others will follow.
Hi Anna, I'm Ilka, one of the colleagues of Brussels. I am now together with Ghent, and we are exploring ways indeed how to make more Brussels bigger, how to grow. This is one of our main objectives. And as you know, it's a challenge to get women into boards and then also to be active. If I look at the women here, we can not see much, we are maybe 10% women here. So we would like to continue to work on this subject, and you were already with us last year for an event, so I hope we can continue. On this way, we have learned that the new government of Brussels will have a focus on violence against women. This is of course a very important topic, but I think that nowadays the economic situation of women is still very important. In this report of the parliamentary campaign, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe this is also a subject that we should continue, and it would be great if we could continue. Thank you.
To see you again, because you're quite here and always fighting for the women's cause, and that also gives me a lot of energy to continue. So thank you for doing so. And keep up the good work. For sure, let's have an event together on this topic. What's maybe interesting to know is that when I just got elected, I noticed that on my social media account, it was 70% men, 30% women that followed me. Maybe even less women. And then with my team, we set a clear target that we want to have equal representation also in people that follow me. If I want to attract women, I should also talk about issues that concern women. And I did, and now it's 51% women follow me, and 49% men. So always more to convince women they need an extra push or have to feel acknowledged or see something relatable in work. But that please let's continue doing this because if not, then we won't have change for everyone. It would be a shame. And I have to be a big one.
Goedemorgen iedereen, goedemorgen Anne. Het is David hier van Bond Brussel, de colleague van the Brussel 7 I just wanted to thank you real quick for all the good work that you are doing together with the whole team at TTP. And also want to quickly come back on what you mentioned concerning the idea to hold this kind of protests or manifestations at the EU Council. I just wanted to mention to the room as well that we are already in touch with Tune Nansen, who is liaising with one of our members here, Giovanni, to help organize this. And so I also wanted to reach out to the room that if anyone is interested in, being part of this idea, of this action, that please also reach out to me, and we can put you in touch with Tune and the other people. And also wanted to tell you, Anna, that we are organizing a small informal event in Brussels on the 17th of March. I have also just reached out to Tune and to Jonathan, but just to tell you that if you want to come for a drink and maybe a small speech or a small debate, you're very welcome to do so. And thanks again for everything. Wow.
And just first again, this might seem like a small action, like the protest in front of the EU Council all the time, but this is what we need to be visible constantly, 24/7, every time there's a summit. It starts with something simple, but it can grow out to something bigger. And for 17, great society media, I already have on my agenda, it's a day before the local elections in the Netherlands. If I can make it, then yes. Yeah.
Thank you. And let's see, we have a last question from Tracy or local elected official. No? In the room.
So I couldn't hear what another question, or was this the last question?
Yes, hi, it's Tracy. I see you mentioned human rights being one of the key areas. I saw that you talk very generally about your work. What is it you focus on at the moment?
Sure, yes. Thank you for asking. I have different topics that I work on concerning human rights. Well, one of my biggest passions and topics that I work on is migration. Because we currently see that the migration debate is very much focusing on making sure that no one enters Europe anymore. So we have seen that Italy built a center in Albania to bring rejected asylum seekers there. And we also know that some countries are exploring the opportunity with Uganda to also build a center there. So I'm planning to travel to Uganda in May to see what would be the consequences of having the center in Uganda. Because I have heard stories that Uganda itself as a country is facing difficulties with migration, refugees crossing the country, the camps that are full, but they don't have the means to support people in camps. So my aim with all of this is to make sure that Europe has a pragmatic but also very much an approach to migration that's focused on human rights. While we are focusing on making sure that no one can enter Europe anymore, at the same time we see that our societies are aging rapidly, really rapidly. We're losing millions of people until 2050. In Italy and Spain, it can be as bad as losing a third of the working population. So I think this is a kind of a hypocritical approach. We're making sure that no one can enter Europe anymore, and we're working to overlook human rights violations. And then on the other hand, we are massively searching for people, and we know that this will be the number one asset people will look for in the coming years. So I hope that we can make sure that people who flee to Europe will always have a place in Europe, and we treat people with dignity, and so that people who arrive in Europe can integrate better, can find a job, can learn a language. So my wish is that the money we're spending, our migration is much more focused on integration and quick procedures, then more procedures, which is the trend now. And in the meantime, that we have put little pathways, easier pathways, people who want to find a job in Europe to get here. So this is something that I'm working on. Maybe one other thing that we talk about human rights, but also talk about women's rights. And this is something that I think we need to focus on more in Europe. We have been fighting for women's rights for decades. First, for women to get the right to vote and to be independent, to have equal pay. But now we see that there is a major backlash online. We see that women are often the target of the changes online, so women are often more targeted with hate speech, cyberbullying, revenge porn, sharing of intimate pictures or videos. Because of this, we risk that women are afraid to speak out online more, and we will see this that journalists or politicians they take step back from public life. And if we want to look at quality of politics, we have to make sure that we tackle this online world as well. So I'm quite to start what I call the fifth wave of feminism, which is a digital wave of feminism that focuses on creating a safe online world for both men and women. And this is not the case, but I just think that here, as both as a young political party, can make a difference as well, and we as Europe should also be the front runner in making sure that the second goal that we have, which is the online world, is safe for everyone as well.
Right. Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you everyone for your questions. Is there any other thoughts, or do you want to have a concluding remark, Anna? And then we will be back to the second episode.
It sounds very institutional. That's what we're about in the department. A concluding remark, yes. I just hope that all of you getting together today, if you can walk away there with something concrete that you want to do. And whether it's going to the summit or preparing for next elections, we need to have concrete steps forward more if we want to keep on growing, and we should keep on growing. Because as I said, so much is changing, and Europe should have a leading role in this, and we as well should have a leading role as well. I do see many great projects happening, and very excited also for now to share the news with you about the European Party. I believe that could be the next big step for both, and I'm looking forward to see maybe on the 17th or on another event in Belgium, whether it's Brussels or somewhere else. And hopefully also with the next GA, which will be in Bratislava, right, Nels? Yes.
Right.
Yes, in Bratislava. I hope to see all of you there.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thanks, Anna. Sorry for all the technical difficulty. Somehow we did not manage to follow the way. Bye-bye. Thanks, Anna.
Can I quickly say something?
Yes.
And then after this, we will invite Tracy on stage for a small announcement.
No, colleagues, I was just thinking, Anna's speech was so motivating, and she was saying every one of us should go home with something that we want to do. So may I propose to you, if you think now, yes, this protest at the European Summit, that's what I want to do. Yes, women's rights, I want to work on it. Please come up to me, we will make a list, and we will do a WhatsApp group, and we just do it, right?
Thanks, Erika, for this motivating speech. So, you heard Erika, our Brussels colleague. You're always welcome to the channel. So now we have Tracy, who's our elected member of the City Council in Tel Aviv, or the Town Council, for Volt interview, who will give us a small please.
everyone? Sorry, technical issues. It's great to see some new faces in the audience. So what I'm going to say now will be new to you. Obviously, those who know me well know my story. So this won't be so new. That's what I've got planned for 2026 and beyond would be. So as many of you already know, we've passed now the first year of the Town Council. Volt Taburin was launched in May 2024 by myself, Magdalena, who's standing there at the moment, and a gentleman called David Abiago. And we tested first with votes from the Flemish Parliament. We all stood as candidates for the Flemish Parliament. We knew we would be elected. It was more of a test to test the waters to see if we would go then further on for the local elections that following October. So Magdalena here was very successful in the Flemish elections, and David and I also took quite a number of votes. So that kind of spurred us on. That gave us the impetus to say, right, we're really going to go for it for the local elections. So, we didn't have that much time. One of the biggest hurdles we had was making sure that Europeans living in Taburin were registered to be able to vote. So I remember standing up, Magdalena will testify to this as well. We stood at the tram stops and bus stops at 7 a.m. in the morning, asking people, where they did they know first of all that they could vote. Some third country citizens were not even aware that after living 5 years in the commune they had the right to vote. So that was news to them. So we managed to push the needle of voters and get a number of people registered in a very, very short space, from I think June until the deadline of the 31st of July. So, one lesson that we took from that is obviously we need to start early with that whole process of alerting Europeans, getting registered. One of the things, the ideal scenario would be that once you register in the commune, you automatically enter into the electoral roll, but we're not there yet. We still have some work to do to make that happen. Fast forward a bit after the election, and actually what resonated from just now when I was listening to Amnesty is that we don't have that many women in politics at all. And even when they get into politics, keeping them is a challenge as well. So, to give you an example, in Taburin we had 27 councillors. And when I was elected, we were 9 women. And we had a complete gender balance in the stipends of all the men of the council. It was a complete 50-50 split with women. Unfortunately, we've had already a resignation. One of the female stipend felt that the work was too much to combine with a full-time job and 2 children under the age of 5. So she stepped aside. Is still now a councillor. We've had 2 other women who have also dropped out. So we're now down to 6 women out of 27 in the council. That basically means each party has at least 1 woman, which is, is really not great. If we want real change and real diversity, we need to really reach out. Now, I'm very, very proud to say that in Taburin we do have a number of very active women. Magdalena is here and sit on our list at a very high level. We also have our elected board member in Taburin, Natalia Richardson, who's having here today, but is extremely active, very supportive in Taburin. So, I'm actually quite proud of that. That's something that we want to keep going forward with. So if I look at what we've achieved in the last year, Now, I have to be very frank and say it's quite difficult to get anything done when you're in your position, and particularly when you're just one person. Although I'm in a fraction with Touring Review, which is a citizens list, I'm still only one person advocating for Volt, although of course I'm backed up by many others. But actually in the council, it's just one voice. So our aim really would be to get more Volt councillors in the next elections. So up until now, we've had 12 councils. I try to make sure that at every single council, and this was very true from right from the very beginning, that I ask at least one question. So we've had 25 questions. These questions vary from anything to do with the waste disposal system, which is quite significant. I'll talk about that a bit later. To things like racism and discrimination, which we've had a lot of cases have come to my attention since being councillor in the last year. We've had some anti-Semitic graffiti as well, which has been put on the agenda by me. So yeah, various questions. I've taken part in 5 panel speaking slots, and I'm always in meetings with the community. So, that can involve associations. On Wednesday, I'm actually speaking at the British School of Brussels, which is based in Tervuren. So always building links with people. I have a regular meeting slot on Fridays where people can contact me and meet up for a chat and listen to their issues and see how I can help. We've also had 2 big actions in Tervuren. One was sorting out the children's garden. So you can see the weeds in the picture. This was just before we started. It was a complete mess. It took a bunch of us, 10 of us, all day on a Saturday to clear up the garden and get it ready for September. I was really delighted to receive a lot of support from volunteers from Brussels, Belgium, Leuven. So, and that has been the case throughout this first year as a councillor. And then we also, I think you see some familiar faces again, Mauro and Alberto. We also had a evening market, which Volt took part with Tervuren Uni, which is our vaccine member, and that was a huge success. Sorry, that's going to be over time. That was a huge success, and that's something that we would like to repeat going forward. I was at a debate for International Women's Day, and then, I mentioned also during this year Natalia Richardson, another Tervuren was going to support. We had 2 meetings in the European Parliament, and again, this is familiar faces, Natalia and Anna. And then, just plans for 2026. So there's a lot to do still, and sorry, I'm just looking for my notes. So in terms of going forward, we want to build up Volt Tervuren. This is really, really crucial. We want to go into the next elections with a strong Volt list. Now is the time to really start building up. We've had a few members join since December, which I'm delighted because they're very, very active members. They've seen some of the work that we've done together, and they've contacted me and said, I want to be part of this. So that's already a boost that really keeps me going on. We need to start devising our strategy now into the next elections. And also, in Tervuren, we need to have elections for those city leads. But for that, we need first to have more active members. So that's something that we'll be doing next year. I'm happy to say that I've secured someone to update the website, and we're looking into a newsletter and also social media. We absolutely have to bump up our presence on social media. We know that. We've been looking into various possibilities to do that. Obviously, I also work full time. I have a child and family, so there's a limit to what I can do. So we do need a team. It needs to be a team effort. Then in terms of actions, in spring, slightly more used to Titouan. In spring, we are going to launch a Walking Buddies, Walking Buddies association in which we buddy up a non-Dutch speaker with a Dutch speaker, and then we walk. And that is the aim of that is to really help those from the international community to speak more Dutch, which is one of the criticisms that we still come up against. I'm working with Stephen Van Onderwest, so the educational woman, to get back the coded dojo classes for children, which is coding robotics in Dutch. So everywhere in Belgium this seems to be possible, and we had it into Buren until this September, and then it stopped, so I want to try and reactivate that. I'm working already with UNIA on the racism and discrimination, which is a big issue in Buren, and you'd be surprised to hear that. But a lot of my work this year has been supporting those people, even turning up to the police station to lodge complaints where necessary with citizens. So that's something that will continue. I've also planned to launch a citizens' assembly in Buren. This is one of the things that was really key when I set out to campaign. Citizens' participation, that's fully aligned with Volt Europa, Volt Belgium. However, I am currently being blocked from booking a room in the commune. This is something that, as Volters, as non-mainstream, let's put it like that, I come up against all the time. They didn't want us there in the beginning, and now we are there. They're making things difficult, and we just have to be persistent. And I will certainly be persistent because I really want to launch my we have a new waste disposal system coming into play on the 23rd of March. This has been a huge amount of my time. A lot of people from the international community are worried. They have no idea what's happening because the commune refuses, this is one of the biggest changes Buren has had in decades. And I've asked the commune, look, I understand that we're in Flanders, but just for this once, please communicate in other languages. Now, unfortunately, they will not. I've got them to communicate with us in pictograms, but they will not use other languages. So, of course, that's fallen down to me because people feel I'm representative of the international community. So a lot of work I do is letting people know in English language, in French. We can also do German and Ukrainian through Natalia, Polish, through Magdalena. We're trying to get the message out to those people. It's also come to my attention that there are many people within our community, diplomatic status, special status, military personnel, who are not even on the radar of the commune. They're not even registered at the commune. So those people are being completely left out and sidelined when it comes to this new waste disposal system. So, a lot of my work is taken up with that. We also have a big Ukrainian community, so Natalia and I are looking at how we can do some kind of fundraising event for that. As I mentioned, we'll work again with Transition to Buren on community projects such as the And of course, I will also be scrutinising those in government, holding them to account, checking how they're spending their money, including the planned €4 million on the museum. The original budget was 800,000, which is excessive, considering that they've just stopped €1,000 per stall. We have 3 stalls in Turin, so €3,000 from having extra curricular language for our children. So if you take that 3,000 and say they don't have enough budget for that, but they do have enough budget to go from 800,000 to 4 million for a museum that nobody really wants. I think we have to kind of start scrutinising. So I think that will keep us busy for a while, and that concludes what I wanted to end with today.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Thanks a lot. So, is there, I don't know, well, you can all speak to Tracy at the break. I'm very much encouraged. And as she said, I think what's important is that we need to come up as one movement and support her. She is our first elected person here in Belgium, which I think is the start of a long streak of more and more elected representatives, I very much hope, inside of Belgium and of course across Europe. But yes, she's doing the very heavy lifting of the moment of being the first in kind, and it's not always in the easiest conditions, as it might surprise some of you, but Tervuren is a very international municipality, close to Brussels, many expats working in different agencies, and yet, well, you heard the struggles which are very real and down to earth things that needs to be tackled in order to prevent hatred and attacks on people who are less or constantly. We have now a small speech from Lucia, yes, from Slovakia, who will give you a few words about what is to be expected in Slovakia. I am super excited, by the way, for the GA in Slovakia. For personal reasons, Slovakia is one of my, I would say, maybe not second home, but I have a very great friends in Slovakia since I'm a child, and I've been going there nearly every holidays, especially when I was a teenager. So I'm really excited to have our next year here, but listen, I'll leave the floor to you.
Thank you for the most beautiful introduction. Doesn't it more right? It's an honor for me to be with you. You know very well that Slovakia wouldn't be here since the support that we received not just from both Europe, but especially our friends in Belgium who have helped us incubate since day one. So it's great to keep on coming back to our roots. It's beautiful for me to be back to Ghent, where I spent my Erasmus 20 years ago. It's good to see the number. It's even greater to be surrounded here with these powerful women on the stage. I think this speaks volumes about how involved we walk our walk of the values and the change we want to see in politics. So I think that's where this event has already marked its place in history and law. So I'm grateful to be on here. And now let's talk about Bratislava. So, first of all, a question. Is there anybody in the room who hasn't been to a Baltic European yet? Whoa! Which is amazing, because it sounds like Belgium has been reinventing or hiring a lot. So I'm here for you if you want to understand more, but obviously find yourself ready to tell me more about what these events are about. Now, everybody stand up. You can sit down and have a glass of something if you already have a ticket. Wow.
sit down if you are committed to get a ticket today. Oh yeah. No questions. Okay. So let me tell you more. So the GA of Cultura is happening on 13th and 14th of June. Mark your calendars. We are very proud that we won the competition. It's been a while since Vault has been closer to the eastern borders, so we hope you will enjoy the experience and we will make the most of the opportunity that it offers for all of us as a community to also put new topics on the agenda and a new kind of experience for us. In terms of what's in it for you, these events promise to bring together a Vault community to start with. So over 1,000 people hopefully come together from all Vault chapters that will give you an opportunity to feel what Vault is. Not just Vault Belgium, but us as a movement that goes through all countries, societal groups, age groups, pain points, life situations. So it's a new community and family that you can start building by going to each of these. It's also an opportunity to find out what Vault is and what we stand for, so that you can become a more confident voice for who we are when we ask you to go on a campaign and hand out flyers or reach out to your friends and onboard new members and political candidates. It's an opportunity for you to get trained on topics, participate in section and breakout rooms that are dedicated to specific challenges that we are going through as Europe and also climate action. It's going to be an opportunity for you to have fun, day and night time. We promise it's the first GA that Europa will hold, and it's going to be a truly cross-border GA. So when it's Slovakia, we were submitting our application. We pitched it as a true collaboration of chapters from Slovakia, Austria, Czechia, Hungary, we have Ukrainians on our team, so we hope that it will be infused with a true European experience. We are putting together a team of ambassadors that we have in multiple chapters that are going to support members as they plan their trip so they can ask questions from their local friends to understand a little bit better how to plan the trip. So from you, we have it here. Anybody else got it yet? If after a week you still have questions as you're planning your trip, don't hesitate to reach out also ask Epic, who's a Slovak community in Brussels, so he's able to support you. In terms of how the experience is going to look and feel, it usually starts happening in the week prior to the GA, so up to you how much longer you can make this experience for you. As has already been mentioned, it's amazing. These are opportunities for us to plug our families and friends into the Vault experience. So since I assume that most of you haven't been to South Africa, start thinking about how you can make it a trip with your loved ones, bringing your women, girlfriends and friends, invite your friends from Austria, Czechia, and spend a couple of days with them. You can then participate in parts of the program with us, and one of the Vault tourism opportunities that helps us grow also. So when you arrive on Friday, or Thursday, or when you want, most of you are probably going to take either Ryanair from Charleroi to Vienna or Bratislava, or Austrian Brussels there from Zaventem to Vienna. That's one of the reasons why in our pitch we are trying to teach everybody from home that flying to Bratislava isn't super far away. We literally just fly to Vienna and then hopping on the bus like everything in Bratislava in 45 minutes. We are also working very closely with Vault Vienna on supporting you as much as we can with your logistics but also with the program. So if on Friday you want to hang out around the Vienna, then we activities so that we will mostly with Vault Vienna. Then on Saturday and Sunday morning, there's going to be fun sports stuff, runs, and all sorts of sport things that you need to know. Then on Saturday and Sunday, we have our GA. willing to drop some surprises and share a little bit in which direction it's going. Obviously, we express our, there was a call for maybe some of you express your preferences for what you want to have on the agenda. We are also trying to co-shape it and especially put on the agenda the topics that are dear to our heart and important to us, which is obviously the situation at the Slovakia border, life of the over 100,000 community of Ukrainians that now live in Slovakia, and the absolute collapse of all public services thanks to the disastrous government that we had is pulling us out of the EU. So all these economic security and all the humanitarian crisis that is emerging surrounding, with our government which is butting up with Putin and Orban, gives us a momentum for a conversation that is way different to how the body felt when we went in Frankfurt, for example, together. So I hope this will be a strong thread in the conversation. We will also have a march, as we already said, public action, where we will walk from the venue to Freedom Square, which is this beautiful square that we have in the historical center with a beautiful fountain at the Prime Minister's office, where lots of demonstrations happen, and it's sort of like an urban center place these days, because family is not there, the kids don't do the fountain, so you can also do the fountain. So if you want to experience Bratislava in a fun way. The actual venue is the National Tennis Center, so when you Google it's NPC Bratislava, which is where the Davis Cup tennis tournaments typically take place, it is a huge stadium with the roof that can be open, and so we hope, since this is going to be the first ever GA that's going to be taking place in the spring, hopefully in beautiful weather, we hope to be able to open the roof and we can feel also as an event under the open skies. So we will walk from the tennis stadium to the center and go on march and let's see, and then Sunday let me see what else I want to tell you. You can also help us with the organization of it, so if somebody has got some or someone that calls it their heart, or they just want to experience what it's like to organize a GA, what wants to apply again, since you've been through this adventure in the past, don't hesitate to reach out to us. I think that's pretty much it. Are there any questions? Who is committed to buy today? Good. I'm gonna check in with George, ask for permission. Thank you. I'm here for you if you have no questions. Okay?
Alright, I'm excited. Thank you, Lucia. Thanks a lot for all this.
So maybe ask people know where to buy the
Yes, let's ask. I have a few extra words to say. There's also, because, for the ones who don't know, I work for the railways, so you can also come by train to Vienna. There is a direct night train that runs, I think, 3 times a week. It's going to be seen every day. That runs from Brussels via Liège directly to Vienna, and then, and this is what I plan to do, and then you can take a little ferry boat on the Danube from Vienna directly to Bratislava. It's not even that expensive, it's like 20 euros. Then you have a cruise, like takes around 1 hour or something like this. So yes, are we excited? Yes! And do we all know where to buy tickets? So if you go on events.volteuropa.org, this is where you can secure your Bratislava General Assembly ticket. I apparently have to allow person. So yeah, we will have a small coffee break for you guys now, with the slight problem that there's no coffee. So we have a boiler for making the things that we have. We went through Percolato, and it's supposed to work. It's been on for the whole morning. It doesn't seem to work. But yes, so we'll reconvene at 11:45. There are some couscous, there are some drinks at the back. Please serve yourself, help yourself. What I will try to do is I will ask also the volunteers that were here yesterday if they can all scan your tickets. So be nice and show all your QR code that you got by mail. I will try to resend it and we will Thanks a lot, and yeah, serve yourself, and we'll see you back in 2025.
face everybody and to answer the question in Dutch, which is Dutch speaker. So that's one thing. And the progress that we have done is signature is based on the reality of the comparison of the progress, but the chart of values and 95%. So that's sincerely interesting. I don't know what you would say, that we might introduce the idea, and I found that the two it's perfect. And just if you want, since I have a lead office project coordination, you can mention that I'm here and that we can idea things together. It's the fun. Because the perception is that the agreement is and the convention has been decided. Which is the first message I received in critics and so on. understood the local issues, the popular issues.
Yeah, please take a seat. Yeah? We are going to start in 1 minute, 2 minutes.
So that's it. Okay.
Please take a seat again. So also people in the back, please come back to your seats because we are going to start again. Maybe also important to mention, during the day we will have 2 indicative votes. There will be 1 indicative vote on the campaign strategy that will be presented now in the next session, and 1 indicative vote on the political vision that will be presented and debated in the afternoon. So before the lunch break, we still have 2 important presentations. 1 on the campaign strategy for 2029 and 2030, and 1 on the Euro Party project. And for the campaign strategy presentation, the board worked together on it with the city leaders of 27 letters. And for the first part of the campaign strategy, we invite to stage Tito, who will present the first part of the campaign strategy. So, Tito,
Hello, hello. Can you hear me well? Marie, can you hear me in the back? Cool. Alright, so I'll be presenting the national strategy. We're going to do that. As you said, it is actually concocted on a national fashion. I am Tito van der Bak. I am one of the provincial co-leads in East and West Flanders. So also setting up quite a lot of logistics here today. So you see me running around. So for the strategy of 29 and 30, so towards the European, national, provincial elections and so on, it might actually seem very stupid to simply get elected. And where? Specifically on the EU or the national level. National also very important, as I mentioned, the Commission. Next to that, the 4 groups. If you want to know which ones, we'll talk to me afterwards. This is what we see as being realistic today. Of course, the strategy might change still over the years as we grow in numbers and so on. We will adjust the strategy. We will probably see something similar next year, but slightly adjusted to how we grow this year. Now, how do we get there? Actually, the most important point on here is probably the STEM tests. We were not able to get into the STEM tests last time. And in Belgium, especially in France, this is the way people vote. They don't require programs, they don't way to know. They just fill in with some voting tests and whatever it says, CDMV, okay, I'll vote CDMV. I'm not Christian, whatever, I'll take them into response. We really need to be in there. And they used 2 big excuses last time. There was the fact that our program was not broad enough and we're not participating in all provinces. To quite easily, we actually need a program that is as broad as the established parties, and we need to participate at least in all the Flemish provinces and Brussels. I say the Flemish provinces because we're already present in all of them except for Limburg, and we're already present in Brussels. That doesn't mean we forget about Wallonia, but right now it's difficult to activate all of them by 2029. We have no active Wallonian provinces right now. As you can see, if you look at the 2024 national programs, all was actually quite low. We only had 51 pages, while every other party has at least 100, except Food has 45, Hope has 51, more than enough, except for the fact that food is extremely dense. They have about 20 policy points on every page. This is how they make you with a very short program. So we need to at least double ensure that we have all the policies covered. Now, how do we get to these policies that we need to cover? Which ones do we do first and which ones do we have to cover at all? Well, let's first have a quick look. On the right-hand side, you can see all the policies that were in the survey, which many of you filled in recently. And this is the ranking we came up with. So for all Belgium's membership that filled in the survey, European integration is the most important of these points. Followed by climate and environment, energy, infrastructure, education, and then economy, industry, and enterprises. On the other hand, there has also been large public research recently, started last year, so it's studying on like 3 universities, and there we could see that in the three Western, we had 5 different problems kind of popping up. So then it's political representation, around 9, economy, budget and finance, around 5, migration, 15, and criminality and justice, mostly Brussels. Using all that information, knowing that many policies have a lot of dependency on others, for example, institutional reform, economic and fiscal policy are the two policies that have the most dependency, the most impact on the other policies. So we proposed a kind of pyramid scheme where we handle the most interdependent policies first. They are not necessarily the most important ones, but they are the most interdependent ones. So we try to work on these first. You might also see that for the ones we have in the second year, some of them have already been picked up. For example, housing and urbanism. So this is not a strict goal. We can change it a little bit, we can do some things earlier, but the guideline is, the roadmap is, as you can see here. And then in the last year, we'll work on some open world fringe topics like social media, also animal welfare, and also the ones that are easy to translate, for example, defense and European integration. Those in general are simple translations of the jobs. You can see the full list on the and of course, we also have the program from 2024 to give us a little start. And then second, I said we have to participate in all provinces. Well, the plan right now is to ensure that Leuven, Antwerp, and Tervuren remain active and independent. And actually, in the local program here in East Flanders and West Flanders, we have the explicit goal of getting an independent West Flanders by next year. So far, so good. Then we still need Limburg, because in the Flemish province, we're really not present anymore. We'll start working on that in 28. If we have time, we'll do it earlier. We are in talks with a potential expansion needs for Belgium. It will help us here in the also in the London provinces. Provincial Council is also trying to work with the Dutch chapters to get this started and to support one another. And then the last one is if you want to participate in all provinces, you don't actually have to be there. You can use people from Brussels or East Flanders to actually be on the list of Limburg. But we do need to get signatures to be allowed to have a list. And there are 2 ways to do that. Either you get signatures from parliamentary members here in Belgium, or you get them from the people in the street. Need quite a few. So, we'll do both for now. We're looking at both options. I'll get back to the elected officials in a little bit. For the second one, they use an application called Martin. And Martin is very buggy. It will only register half of the votes, half of the signatures that we need. So we will try to get in contact early and see whether we can actually test for them. Early testers before we need the signatures. To ensure that things work well. Other than stand tests, there are more important things. Public speaking, if you do actually get in stand tests, we'll probably also get into TV debates and so on. And running up to that will also be part of multiple debates, so we have to ensure that we have
started debate training, actually 26 already. Amana, who's just entered and leaving. Colleagues here in East and West Flanders. She has already volunteered to do debate training. She has done so for other political parties in the past. But we will also try to cover some different provinces, some only examples. Also public speaking training. We've had a session by Malvin and the Academy, but we also need to develop so that we can have spokeswomen and men during the years. And again, what do you need to be able to speak in public, or you need a program and more than just a European. So we're working again on the program. Being known throughout Ghent and Brussels, I'm not going to go in depth in there. Talk to Erika, David, Amara, and me, want to know our local strategies. So hearing that, the goal is very much that by 29, vote is not a surprise again. Everybody knows about it. And making the most of our members, that's all of you. And there are actually multiple things that you can do. To start out with, we try to run a survey. Another one, actually building a decent database of what skills do we have. We're an energy specialist who we're talking about social media. So we're talking about energy on social media. So far for you. Also discovering talent, so people who want to get into new stuff, because when your interests are, and we'll see whether we can collaborate together. And then the second one, getting back to these parliamentary members, is the personal connections. It's much easier to get a signature if one of our members is the cousin of a parliamentary member. So we try to map out some kind of network, which people know who, we know politicians, scientists, journalists, anyone of importance, to try to map that out. And then finally, we want to run for elections. We're already building an election list now. We're keeping this survey all the way up to the actual elections. And then we start campaign training. Again, Amana has done this before. She's campaigned twice in her young life already for different political parties. She's done door-to-door as well. And Brenda also on the Global Academy already gave a talk on how you can talk to people. It's very important when you're campaigning. Finally, enhance political direction. Then we'll have a session on that later this afternoon. And what we can see, for example, in weeks we'll be able to tell you from going on the street, talking to people, you can say, oh, we're not ideological or pragmatic, and then they can say, yeah, are you left or right? Are you centered? Are you DLD? That's what they want to do. So it's important that we pick a label, stick to it until the elections. We can change it left to work, pragmatic. If we feel like we are no longer left, or center left, or right, center right, whatever, we can change it. You can also see that many parties have come to the right in the recent past. And usually these diagrams are made through STEM testing, voting tests as I mentioned before. Here on the left side you have the voting test results of all the parties in Belgium, established ones. We got a hand on the data, talked with scientists, and then we gave you the questions in the survey as well. You can see all the little X's that is all individual results, giving us a meaningful vote here, immediately fee and awareness. It's only based on 15 questions, it's not the absolute answer, just to give you an idea. Then next up is choosing our friends and enemies and having a look where our voters come from. Sadly, we cannot pay for the research to have a look where our voters come from, but we can do educated guesses. So quickly, let's look at the survey results. You can see in Brussels, most people who vote for Koen they feel that VLD. In Flanders, it's VLD, Verweert, Koen, and in Brussels, only Koen and it's a good deal already. If we look again at the stemming, and we ask the question, if you have to vote today, who would you vote for? At the beginning of last year, you can see that Koen and VLD are both quite low on ranges. VLD is basically only a pro threshold here, and they have no faces at all. None of their politicians are well known. You can see VLD are well before, the last of that. Peter is super quite high up, but she's not the next to do that in Ghent, no longer involved. Bologna Silver, the Peru is quite low, 5.89%,
and also has no faces to politics. And in Brussels, we can see Cologne not super high, VLD quite low. Who is actually doing quite well because they're only in first rounds. But again, none of them have really good faces in Brussels politics. So the suggestion right now is that our friends and enemies, because they can be both, like we do in coalition, or we try to get to the electoral electorates, would be Koen and Cologne and others. And then we have to choose our strategy towards these parties. Do we want to go in coalitions? Do we want to go into opposition? And so on. We can start doing that now, but that will very likely change by 29. So we can already say, okay, who will go in coalition if this and that is done, or we're going to try to propose them if this and that. Then there's the membership. To make all this work, we need volunteers, we need to be large, we need to get funding, and also the funding comes with the membership. So we need to increase and retain our membership. And we can no longer do that through social media ads, so we will do that through newspaper ads. We'll try to experiment with those, as well as that is one of the platforms where we cancel do advertising. We have these larger events we started doing them last year. We have this political congress today. We have a climate base in Mechelen, and we have a debate here with all the younger parties, including the socialism, whatever, here in Ghent. And in Brussels, we had a debate in 3 days whenever large parties have a news flash, we want to pick up on that, try to follow the wave with recruitment messages. We've done that with start the establishment of others, for example, but we want to do more of that. Reaching out and collaborating with civil society. Brussels has been doing that a little bit with the Campaign for the Last year. We've been doing that since last year as well, and also multiple civil societies trying to organize events together to mix our bubbles and getting exponential reach. The newsletter and the socials are available for people to subscribe, not for anyone to host our website, even though that is the largest amount of activity that we generate. We've experimented with putting the socials on websites for Ghent, and then try to roll it out the other chapters as well. And then Ghent has started making a stable newsletter again. We'll keep that up to keep you engaged, to keep you informed about what's going on, without getting individually WhatsApp notifications. If you haven't yet a newsletter, and then, of course, we're going to funds. We actually have a fundraiser, and as you can see, it's doing very poorly today. It makes sense, we can advertise it all. We would like to do a campaign on socials again in 2026. Should have mentioned by the national social media, socials, coming in quite a lot. We haven't tried raising any funds on socials, so we'll try to do it this year. Self-sufficient events, like the one today, is actually more than 100% funded by all the people who are tickets. It's just a little bit, it's 110%. We're also looking into special statutes in cities, for example, here in Ghent, we can become a pen of the evening, we believe we fit that criteria. In that case, this room would be half the price, quite a significant difference. We're still looking for the fundraising needs, and we, of course, need to do all this fundraising to build a war chest for 29 and 30. If you look at the finances, we need a lot of money in 24. We're going to need at least the same amounts that we did at social media practice. We will try to reevaluate the funds go to once again and have some internal transparency, which chapter is bringing in how much money and how much are we using and so on. And then, of course, all of this is done in a pan-European fashion, so we try to fit the whole Belgian campaign strategy into the broader European one, for example, for the program on the European level. We try to have synergies and collaboration, alignment with neighboring world chapters. We have good contact with France, with Switzerland, the Netherlands, a lot of, actually a few people here present today are also on the list for the French elections soon, with Melvin, Marie, myself. And we're trying to learn from the best European practices as usual. Collaborating with social media, we've been doing that actively
proposing and so on quite a few times. And then we would also try to scout for an electoral coordinator, with someone who has looked at all of the elections going on, doesn't matter which level, get in contact with the student and see what is going well, what can we learn, is there anything we can transpose to Belgium that we're optimally prepared for the next elections. So in short, sentence is the important one. Getting a full program, getting all provinces active, ensure that we have charismatic people for public speaking, being known through at least 2 of the major cities, the most active ones today. Making the most of you, our members, seeing whether we have any network to existing politicians, journalists, and so on, and enhancing our political direction as we will this afternoon, ensuring that we have more members so that we retain them and engage them, and that we have friends. That's basically it. Now, what can you do? Work on the national policy. You need this full program and cannot just copy paste European to fix the criminality and justice and justice. You need more work on the national policy. Participate in this public speaking training that we'll have. You are the spokesman that we're looking for. Participate in the local events where you live or national events on May 9th. And then survey, if not out yet, it will send it soon. And then you can apply as an expansion lead, a fundraising lead, or the electoral coordinator. One of the last ones, participate in discussions on narrative this afternoon and the weeks following the Congress. And then the last one is, do you live in an area where there is no vote yet and you want to help out, whether it be the city or the province, you can. That's it. One quick word on May 9th. May 9th is a European national holiday. It's basically our national holiday and vote. In many cities in Europe, there will be protests or marches, events of some kind. In our case, there will be national events here in Ghent, where we will do a march, and for that we need mass, we need people. So bring anyone you know. If your mother wants to do something, if she's out for a walk in Ghent, if anyone wants to go shopping in Ghent, just bring anyone you can, we need as many people as possible. This is a real scenario where we can get some press coverage.
So, thank you, Peter. So there are a few questions in the room. I see there are a few questions in the room. So before we go to the second part of the campaign strategy presentation on best practices by Melbourne, we're going to let 2 or 3 questions, about 2 or 3 questions. So Tracy and Rohit have questions. You can come to the front and ask those questions.
We do actually have language experts as well. There's one group today, so maybe we can do something with that. We'll see. Any more questions? You can just run the mic to people. They don't actually have to come to the front.
I just wanted to ask a question about strategy. You mentioned getting signatures. One thing you didn't mention, which was amazing to learn, is there is a coalition between governments and citizens and establishments. We chose to do that because of Gold's Club, and we can obviously set up Gold's in May 2024, so only a few months before the elections. We're obviously working much earlier now. However, meant that we were working with an established list that programs that have been in Japan for over 30 years. And it also meant we didn't have to get any signatures at all. So I just wondered if citizens lists are something that you will also be looking into.
Yeah, so that's a bit part of the scrummings, right? I didn't talk much about the commons, where this is actually much easier to do, because there's many more parties and there should be established ones. But this is about the part of choosing families. For example, who, we have already talked about sit here in these countries, at the provincial level. Depending how our numbers go, how their numbers go, by that time we either try to beat them, or we could say, yeah, we don't have to make a coalition with us, but if we don't, we're going to lose seats, that's for sure. So there are definitely chances that we do coalitions with one of our friends.
I just want to add, of course, we have the added complexity in Belgium that we have to be careful about. So who we pair up with in Brussels could affect even my position into Europe when I come to campaign. So I wonder how we're going to manage that as well.
Yeah, to be talked about. So that's not part of this strategy yet, but it is indeed in the cards. We'll start looking at it probably this year. Already deciding like, can we work with the fee, yes or no? What would we need to be able to work with party A, party B, even with school, not everybody wants us to work with school.
So my question is, we have this areas. So do you think that we intend to work in different countries in different areas and know that it's
Yes,
and
indeed.
the second question is that I believe that most people don't want to have because of economic situation. So we should not be reliant on that. It's very important. If we want to have better life and healthy life,
Yes. So economy, budgets, fiscality, and so on, that's actually one of the parts where we were a bit lacking before. We didn't have too much of that. And it is something that most people find extremely important. It's what MBA won elections with budget. And it's a thing that affects most people every day. That is why it is a priority in the first year. And so indeed it is the idea we work on these in the first year. There might be a few others, depends a bit on the volunteers. And then in the years after we do the next ones, and then the last ones are finished in the last year. We split it up like this because of the lack of manpower, of course. If we had 10 times the amount of membership, we would just do all of it now and then try to keep it up to date by 29. That's not on the cards for us, so we do actually have to split it up somewhat. And as you can see, the economic and fiscal policy, it's in the first year, and we do have a coordinator, Robbins here at the front, is one coordinating it. So you have strong ideas if you want to help, get into contact with them.
Sorry, I'm monopolising a bit, and I promise I will stop talking after this. I do think there's an opportunity for Volt in Belgium to become the party of SMEs. I've had considerable conversations with people at the Tavern level, and I think I've also forwarded to the board recently a paper on that very thing. But I really believe that this is one of the areas where we can have an impact.
Yeah, correct. We see the same trends on social media as well. So the past was mostly food followers that we were getting, but nowadays we see more and more VLD, and we see people actually actively advocating for votes to take place on VLD.
It's very interesting. For entrepreneur level,
Sorry. What's really interesting is that I've had some people come to me personally and say that they are members of MBA because it's fiscally interesting, and that's the only reason. As an SME, it's fiscally interesting for them, and that's the only reason why they're a member of MBA. So I think there's also a possibility for that as well. So the MBA fiscally interested people.
We'll try to do that. We're also trying to contact the smaller independent enterprises. We can see, for example, for civil society, they're interested in talking to us, even for non-elected, because they have a chance to be heard. Hello.
Hello everyone, I was former co-president outside. I was also the independent association elections in 2024, and I have a couple of questions. I understand you want to share some best practices out there, so keep on your side and you will answer some of them or none of them.
Okay.
Alright, the first question is I believe 2028 is too late. I think the centers are already preparing questions for the parties and also the regulation throughout 2028. So we need to be ready before that. We also need to be ready before that because we need to make signatures from starting on October on the president elections. So that means in October we need to already have a program to go to the streets to make signatures from citizens. But even more important, if we don't have signatures from MPs, they need to be sure that what they're giving a signature to is something that they can sign. And we know that every single point we have, and cannot expect them to just trust us and do something that about justice. So we need to see what we have in the next 2027.
It wasn't clarified on the slides. 2028 runs up to June in this case. So the idea was get things ready by June, and that's really the last one is still in June. So by the start of 28, we should already be quite far. But we can try to push it further. We could have put everything in 27, but we have to be a bit realistic here.
Maybe say also that there's a difference between like you try to organize the topics by importance.
Yeah, so it's not entirely by importance, more like interdependence also been important. For example, migration is one of the most important topics in Belgium, as we saw previously. So the idea is that we have most things ready. Probably they won't be hesitant to sign if we don't have a program like an animal welfare.
And the next question is about elected officials. So we're talking about getting signatures from elected officials, but I think it's also important now to think about getting over elected officials before the next elections. I mean, those along with the European political party, but also it's easier to have an official that is already involved deciding for all. Rather than having to go to other parties who might have a bias against it. That's also important to think ahead, not only to what we need, but even to what we say, to talk to see who's willing to add on to what to say. Next up, I didn't set up time for setting up the list. We have mentioned it's important to set up lists across provinces, especially given participating centers. But I think again, also 2028, remember, at least 2 years, so that in the first you set up the chapter, in the second one you have this. Otherwise, it's really too bad if you don't want to have it constantly. And lastly, about advertising and budget, I think it's important to learn from our history. We spent about, I think, 80,000 or 2,000 euros on a single advertising campaign in the newspaper, which is widely already agreed for the trajectory. I think it's worthwhile to see with a small ads campaign how it effect, but also see other ways of getting the bang for buck, such as, for example, having a full-time or half-time content producer and produce a constant flow of content on social media. That's how, for example, the far right is doing votes because they're not spending much on advertisements like other parties, they just have a constant flow of content and that throughout the political cycle, not only the election. Those are my questions.
I agree with many of these things actually. What I presented here is the first idea. It doesn't mean that there is no possibility for feedback, so maybe we can be a little bit earlier. But as we see it today, it's not that easy. It's geographically far from everyone. Antwerp is not very active today, so it's difficult to get people there, for example. Doesn't mean that we want to do it earlier, and we are in contact already with the Dutch chapter in Limburg, so maybe we can do it earlier. Again, trying to have some of the realistic timeline. Specifically about the lists, I didn't think about it yet, so yeah, just we're aware of the lists. I don't have time yet. Advertisements, we were planning on doing big bang advertisements, and we were trying to do small ones everywhere to get our name out and get more volunteers, and also start doing it now, not in front of it. What else did we mention? Yes, there were more things. Thank you. Good feedback.
Yes, short and sharp about training and overall work we do training every 3 times a week. On 16 April at 6 p.m. there is a training on over EU issues. So how does the Parliament work with issues which are hot, and the tournament who comes, he gives a view from the Council and a view from the Commission. And we have 3 trainers and the questions, and so if you feel you're not top of the notch on EU issue, we send invitation for the training to you, Brian, or someone, so that it can be put somewhere. Or you can write to me, so I and I will get you in from this. Running short on time, are there any more questions?
Yeah, one lecture, we get the last one, then Alvin will have to speak a bit.
Can you hear me? Yes. Super quick, I want to give a lot of comment. I simply say bravo. I think that there is space for improvement on fundraising. Are we considering to have again an intern from university as we did this summer? It was very effective with a focus more on social media, activity, etc., but on fundraising. Because you publish it, you publish the effectively and trying to correct it.
I'm very open to it. I worked a lot with Excel, so I would say yes. Yes?
So if we intern Alberto and contact a couple of schools, but we need to be very active on that over the summer so that we get someone already in September. So we risk it in this year. But I can follow up with that if you want.
Okay, we go now to the next part of the strategy presentation. Just a quick words about the trainings. We spoke about it. We intend to send an email soon to ask for volunteers to provide these trainings and what kinds of trainings will interest you more. It will arrive in a few days. As you know, the world is a vast open air laboratory, and we can take some inspiration from political practices from all around the world. We won't be exhaustive here, and of course, you will have the opportunity to complete and to amend this list. These are some of our suggestions. For instance, bioenergy villages across Germany, where they use agricultural bioproducts to produce biogas and then cheap energy and cheap heating, especially during the crisis time, like in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Another model we can take inspiration from is the urban farming in Cuba. Basically, when there were
the Soviet Union, they were provided all the fertilizer, all the pesticides, all the tractors, and after the collapse of this union, the agricultural system in Cuba completely collapsed, and they faced at the same time the American blockades. They turned to organic farming everywhere, and now most of the farming is sustainable and organic, and they manage to feed all the people with it. For the waste management, for instance, in France, they don't throw unsold food. Now they change the law. They have to provide this food to NGOs. In Japan, there is one village where there is 35 different systems of garbage can, and they select everything to recycle it better. In Taiwan, they reduce the amount of plastic. It's counterintuitive, but when you have a garbage can everywhere, people tend to produce more waste and take less care of their own waste. And they did the contrary in Taiwan. Now people reduce sharply the amount of plastic they produce. In Belgium, we also have some example of recycling system, which are quite performant. For environment, there is a lot of examples. One of them is that in Scotland, the law changed, and now in every new building, they have special bricks for swallow and squibs. In Spain, that's quite interesting. In 10 years, they reduced the amount of femicides by 30%. They changed the law, you can sue the offender more easily. There is more accompaniment of the women. There is lines open 24/7 to accompany them when they are victims. In Iceland, that's also impressive. They reduced by 90% the amount of alcohol consumption in 20 years. They were among the heaviest drinkers in Europe. Now it's reduced by 90%, and it's the same direction for all the drugs, because they provided alternative activities for young people. In Portugal, they decriminalized the drugs, and the amount of toxicomans was considerably reduced in 20 years. In Italy, they found a way to tackle mafia. That's not perfect, but they seize all their assets. They convert huge villas into music academy. The Ferrari, the confiscated Ferraris becomes police vehicles. Everything is reused by the society, and it's more dissuasive. In Norway, they have an alternative kind of prison system than in Belgium. Here, we tend to punish the people. There, they tend to rehabilitate them. We transform them into citizens and teach them some new skills in the prison to facilitate their reinsertion in the world after the end of the imprisonment time. In Finland and in Norway, they reduce also sharply the amount of homeless people in the streets with their housing first policies. That require some accompaniments to accompany the people, to help them to reinsert in the society, but the results are there. We often heard about the Viennese housing system. The municipality allocates huge funds to buy new houses and to allow cheap prices for the housing. In Leipzig, in Germany, well, for social housing, you don't have a communist concrete like building. You can also have a beautiful building for less favored people. In South Korea, they transform a concrete street into more greener spaces. And you can see the same in Utrecht. In some villages, you can take inspiration of Eva Langsmeer. In Netherlands, they recycle a lot and build alternative building with a lot of greenery. In Barcelona, they have a great urban model. You can access everything by foot quite easily. That's an example coming straight from France. They begin mostly around Paris to build beautiful buildings again. Human-sized building with local material and with also consideration for less favored population. But they are not only to solve people to do that. In Belgium, we do the same in Elbrich, not far from Ostende. In Paris, they also reduced by 50% the amount of pollution in the air in 20 years. For the digital, we can take some inspiration from Denmark and Germany. Now they join up Microsoft system to replace them with a free system or European systems. We can also take inspiration from the Estonian digital model, which is quite efficient for all the administrative tasks. And here are some examples of alternatives to Gmail, Chrome, Google Maps, and so on. All these alternatives, you can also contribute to them. We will talk about the different policy communities we launched in Belgium this afternoon. Thank you. So we go in a minute to the presentation about the Europarty project, but we have a very short lesson from the electoral board because we have two particular votes, one with the campaign strategy presented by Peter and one about the political vision we have for you. And the electoral board will explain how you can vote.
Okay, thank you. My name is Andre. This is Harry. We are in the electoral board. Normally we should be 5 people. So please volunteer to join us as an electoral board. Please contact us. Having said that, we're not going to ask for official votes today. We're just going to ask for your opinion. You've heard about the strategy that Tito has just provided. Afterwards, there will be the political visions. But we only have basically 2 questions. Do you think that we're on the right track for this particular strategy and for this political vision? It's a simple yes, no, or an abstaining question. If so, I'm not sure, just abstaining. There's no consequence behind it, it's just getting a bit of feedback from you guys. Does the majority of members think this is okay? How does this work? You will get a mail. Either on your vote account, if you have it. If you don't have that, you will get on your private mail. But it depends how your settings are in the system. So, if you have a vote account and you don't see your coming, check your private mail. If you don't have a vote account, just check your private mail. You will see a token, which is just a button you click, you get to the website where you see those 2 questions, and you just answer yes, no, stay. And that's the better way. So you can have 2 questions.
And both the mic here, not there.
Oh, that's the trick. Right, so you either click on the yes, no, or abstain for both questions. There's no submit button, it's just the status. So if you want to change your mind, just go back to the page again and you can say, well, I don't agree, or I want to abstain. The voting closes at 16:45, so 4:45 this afternoon. And the state date at that particular point is what counts. So you can change your vote up until the last minute. And no push button. I will go to the laptop now and I will push the button for the political division. You can't vote yet because you haven't heard it yet. But you can at least vote for this strategy.
Well, so in the next minute, we will not integrate that to us and we will check
One more thing. Normally, the eligible voters, there's some rules about it. We didn't respect those rules because everybody who's a member of Volt will get this bill. Unfortunately, if you're not a member, you can't send you the mail. That's too bad. But if you're a member, you will get the mail even if you're not officially eligible vote, because this is not a vote, it's just a concept.
Thank you very much, André and Elsa, for this clarification. I know we're all probably super hungry now, so keep your energy up. We will have Nels, which is the co-president of Volt Europa, that is now going to give us a presentation about what is the Euro Party project within Volt Europa. I think this is really a highlight presentation because it's very important to our movement. But Nels will give you some more strategy. So keep your energy, just listen to this, and hopefully this will create a lot of hunger for our delicious sandwich that was provided by our Ghent team here. So yeah, Nels, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. I will bore you to death with some legal stories as well before the food, so I hope I can provide you today. Let me start by introducing myself a little bit. My name is Vasquez. I joined Volt in 2019. I was under the impression that the political system in the Netherlands was consensus and we would be shielded from all of the populism that was going on in the other sides of Europe, and I thought, in 2019 there was a big win of a new populist party, and that's when I thought, oh, maybe I should join the party. Looking at all parts in the Dutch system, I missed a clear opportunity. That's European cooperation. Some of them were pro-European, but none of them really saw that the bigger issues that we face, like climate change, safety, growing social inequality, were not fixable anymore by nation states. And that's why I joined the European political party, and that's why I'm also very happy to see you here, because you've done the same. That's a really, really important moment, not only in 2019, but even more so today. I joined a political party, a European party, but let me start my legal story right here, because we are not yet a European political party. To become a European political party, you need to be elected in 7 countries throughout Europe on either the European or national level, with some countries also having the regional level as option. That means that for now, we are AISDO, which is an NGO, so our European party is still NGO status. But we want to become also a legal party, because we are already in practice that what we want to be. Just like 29 for you, 29 for the European party is also a very important step, because then we will have the next European elections. We had a very good run in the last European elections, and we managed to grow from 1 seat to 5. Now, we want to continue that growth very drastically, I would say. Because if we look at the situation today in the world, then it's changing very fast. I think Mark Carney put it very good in his speech. He said there's no transition going on, it's a rush. And the world is changing at such a pace that we will have to. That also means that we, that's also why Anna stated that, we as Volt need skin in the game. We need to be at the decision-making table, and we need to have representation also on the national and European level in such amounts that we can really, really influence those bigger climate change, safety, global social inequality, digitalization, all of these. That's why we built, as well as you are doing now, strategy, Shine 29. So that it must be a very shiny 29 indeed. One of those steps is registering as a European. This is one of the steps in our staircase to success, and as you see, it's one of the first steps to actually start walking. What is important for everyone to know is that we won those 25 seats in the European Parliament. And I think now, with the current changes, we only 23 seats. I think there must be some legal experts in the room who also will know that detail. Because then we can build our own faction. And that means that we will not be forced anymore to join another political family, like we did now. So, our story was very, very strong in 2019, but it's even more strong at this moment with all of the changes going on. We've grown very rapidly. So I already told you that we are now 40,000 members, we're getting a couple of hundreds every month, and we've also grown to 280 elected officials throughout the continent, which is a very, very nice one. But it's not enough yet. And what we also see is that where we saw a very, very rapid line going up, it now is curving. And that is not the curve we want to see at this moment in time. We also have a lot of opportunities still, because for us, sport is a given. And we know what it is to look at us, but if we look at the broader community in Europe, then I think only about 430 million will, of the 450 will know what sport is and what it does. So, we have reached the point where we are actually both strong and fragile at the same time. We are struggling with making the leap to national representation in some countries, but at the other side, we are very strong because our elected officials are growing, our membership is growing, our budgets are growing, and now is the time to really put that rocket on our back and charge 2029. An important moment is also in a couple of months, in May. We will have our elections in Cyprus. They actually presented their lists yesterday, and they are one of the only parties on the island that presented a full list of 56 people, which is a really big achievement because the island is quite small, so you need a lot of people to fill it, and to see people to fill it on an island where everyone knows everyone is like. Even better is that we have the list with the most female representation of the whole island. I think 44% are next to that, we also had a significant win. In Italy, we elected a regional council, regional body. So we will now be able to count that as well. And with this, I was already speaking about the cycle of having money, being able to run campaigns because of that money, get people to work for you, win elections, and then have political power. That circle is something we can build now stronger because we have that strong start that we have right now. And today we focused a lot on the context of Belgium. But don't forget that you are not in that department, you're in the European department. So you have access to all those systems, supports, and other elected officials in other countries. So use them to your other countries. Because I think that will also unlock a lot of possibilities. Yes, so what I would say, we now have elected officials on the European national level in Germany and the Netherlands. So we have the 5 MEPs. That is, of course, nice that they are Dutch and German, but European parties, so they also represent you. Next to that, we have, of course, national level in the Netherlands and Cyprus. In May, we will see if we can add someone to that, and then we now have the regional elections. That means that we have 4 of the 7 that we need to make a jump to become European Party. There are a lot of opportunities here. So we have the capacities to scale. We have the capacity to grow our visibility and awareness among other countries than just these countries where we are now representing all these levels. We have the chance to professionalize and have actually paid staff working on our European elections. We were talking today a lot about training and capacity building. Well, one of the parts is that we will not only build a European party, but we also build a European foundation. So this can be research and training in the sense that we have not been able to do before. Next to that, we really want to build that Brussels office, of course. Maybe that will also be very nice for you because it's very close. And the date team for 2029 really needs to start in next year. So for us, achieving this year means that we will have the funding and capacity next year. And from there on, we have 2 years to prepare in a good and organized manner the elections of 2020. Elections are not won like a few months before. Yes, people are going to make a lot of their choices at that moment, but let me tell you as a campaigner exactly what you're doing today, build a strong capacity with your team, organize a training, build a strategy and your political program is what essentially creates your success. So, money. We are talking about a lot of money. So it's 710k a year for the EPP, which is the European Party, and we are talking about 341k for the EPF, which is the foundation. So that means approximately more than $1 million a year based on MEP. So I have to tell here, you get a base budget, and for every MEP that you have, you get 100k extra. So that means also that if we get extra MEPs, then that budget will rise. I know there were some questions about money. Is this becoming clearer already? Well, there are also clear restraints on what you can do with the party. You have seen that, of course, in France, where it's quite wrong with one of the parties there. This is one of the things that I really have to get across. The EUPP is bound by very strict rules in Brussels, and the money can be allocated for certain things and not for all things. And it kind of makes being a European party like we are impossible, legally. We cannot, for instance, do certain parts of the service providing to our chapters on the national level. And that also means that we will probably first have to create a separate legal body, extra legal part, yeah, but that's not the right translation though. It's yeah. Sounds very good. So that means that we will have a transition phase in which we will create this first and then transition the ASBL over into it at the end of it. So this is why it is in conflict. So compliance-wise, it will be quite difficult. Time constraints is, of course, also quite restrictive. Some people are also asking why we are doing this now so quickly. Well, if we do not get it in 2029, then we only get it next year, then we will only get it the year after, and then preparing the elections for the European election will be very, very difficult. And then, let me see. polite, really important. So, what is important is that we are now 4 of the 7. To have 7, we have an opportunity to work together with other parties or single elected officials. They can sign underneath our EPP, and then they will count as one of our 7 to get the funding. This means at this moment we are having conversations with parties that can work with us or even parties that can merge with us. Looking at Cyprus, for instance, there were 2 different parties that we merged into Volt, and that again became our representation in the national parliament there, and that gives us now the opportunity to run for the national election there and have this opportunity. We want to do this in many other countries. This means that we will have an aggressive growth path to work 2029, where we can not only elect European elections, European people from the Netherlands and Germany, but also from other parts. And that's where we can grow those 5 up to the 23 that we absolutely need. For many of those parties, we are now having leads. And we are having very interesting experiences in Estonia, where a party might be willing also to merge. We have done that also in France, where we now have conversations internally as well. In Portugal, it looks very, very promising. And in Denmark, sadly, we lost 1 week because of the elections that were called early a couple of days before. For Belgium, this is also one of the things that I hope we will start a conversation with. I noticed that it was already mentioned here on stage. We are also speaking with Fee. Fee is one of the parts, of course, within your system, which is a New York political ally. But as a Dutch person, I also know, of course, the difficulties of the political spheres within your federal system. So I hope that all of our chapters start to have a discussion with each other on with who do we want to work, in which way do we want to work. Let us vote on this as well within the chapters, so that we create the chances that we need to get to those 7 this year. This will also be on the menu at our next European GA, so people can actually say, do we want this or do we not want this, and in which way do we want this. And there is a timeline for it. So we are now preparing the option for the membership. So the membership will need some portfolio, so we create statutes, we will have a discussion internally, we will have cooperation with the chapters to facilitate, and we will then present an option table to the European membership, and everyone can vote on it. Yeah. So, summarization. Base funding of more than 100K, 100K extra for every MP that we get. This is a tool, so I understand this is not the most sexy part of the day. This is a tool for us to create political success. That is very important because 2029 is going to be one of those moments that defines our political impact on those bigger thematic areas. In the meantime, we will also like to invite you to have a discussion with us on governance, because part of this is very difficult, of course, on how we do this and in what way. We would really like to have that discussion with you. Now, maybe coming back to Belgium, conversation with the Fee. There is a conversation ongoing. I hope that the Belgian board, but also the teams here, will start the conversation with you on what are the pros and cons, and with cooperation with our partners. Are there any other partners as well? I hope that we will take a look at that. And what I want to give to you as well is that this is an exploration. It's an MOU is not a legally binding document. It's just like saying I like you. I would phrase it a little bit as dating. So when you're dating, at a certain point, you also meet each other, you see if you like each other, what you have in common, if you can live together, and then maybe at one point you say I like you. And I like you is still free and can go anywhere. And after I like you, thank you. And just like with dating, so I'm saying this one, and just like with dating, is you don't fall in love right away. And you have to give it time. You have to get to know each other in a good way. But you also have to figure out if there's anyone out there who's maybe more in your interest. I don't know how to say it. I should have not taken this as an example, but you get where I'm going. So, my message to you, I would like you to start. I would like you to look around. I would like you to see if you like each other. If you don't like each other, also do it. And I would like you to have a conversation with each other on that day. I think that's the main message. But I will also conclude that this is an enormous opportunity for us. We are now, of course, at that strong moment where we have a whole party with so many members, with so many budgets, but we're still relying so much on just volunteering. Everywhere I see it. I have conversations with people say, Nels, I'm doing this next to my job, but it's not working. We need next. This is really an opportunity for the whole of Ghent to professionalize in a way that we can have impact on those bigger areas. This is where we started. So I would really like to engage. I would really like to have an honest conversation as well. Because if you then start with someone, that also is something you need to. So words to the wise to the Belgian board, I would hope to start organizing that debate within the chapter, have that honest conversation, and then maybe we will have some new robbers in our next seven teams, so we will have a full family in which you can really charge ahead and conquer.
Thank you very much. So now is the time that you've all been waiting for, I think. I think we have a few questions. Ooh, wow. That's how hungry are you? Let's go for a couple of questions. I think there's a mic. Who was first?
Keep it
very short. First of all, thank you, Nels. Very good presentation. I thought Valentine's Day was 2 weeks ago. Still today. I also missed the very first minutes. I mean, it's a very stupid question, but you mentioned that the funding can only be used for like these few things at European level. I assume that this will free up funding that is currently being used for those things. That could go to strengthening the local, national objectives. Is there a hard plan for this?
So there's no complete plan for this yet, but I'm not saying that because I'm afraid I make promises that I can't keep. But this is the intended method, because if we have that function, we are now making do with a budget of around $1 million on the European level, which would mean we could lower potentially potentially lower those costs. In that essence, strengthen local, regional, and national campaigns by giving more funding.
Just going to that, I think if we can get some numbers, for instance, our new dating venture could mean as well, that could also help for the conversation.
Yeah. To be honest, the reason we don't give that yet is because the governments. So with the governments, we have to make a decision on which parts of the responsibility within the European now will fall to either side, and that means so that the funding will be available for that. So we don't know yet completely where what funding will be, but I hope in the coming months we will get more clarity on that, and then I hope also that we can make you enthusiastic about funding.
Yeah, very different questions. If you look at members of the EEP, sometimes, like in a relationship, things don't work out. It just splits. People just leave a party. What's happened before, like Sophia has felt, joined Volt while she was a city member. Is there a strategy that you also like to follow to see if there are people in other parties not very comfortable with where they are right now and up for joining Volt? I don't European level or national level.
Yeah. So, of course, Sophie Veld was a very unique situation, and we are open to taking a look at that. But we don't want to do that solely because that also people leaving at other parties might also be because of difficulties or things. So, as soon as you get someone into your family, so to say, inherent culture, decision making, a way of working, etc. So we have to be very careful with that. But there are absolutely cases. So, for instance, in Denmark, there was one of a sole elected official. Sadly, that chance is now passed because of quickly arriving Danish elections. Yeah. But it is something that we're open for, but all of the contacts. We're not actively poaching with other parties, leave the party in those.
Probably, short question? Yeah, sure. I have another question. It's a complement of information on what you say. So, you as a leader, it's as an activist involved. And after the GA of Frankfurt last year, we asked if I would have been interest to coordinate or to co-lead this project of the new data and the next. And so I am, say, your entry point for giving answers and discuss this with you in Brussels and Belgium. I know what's going on in other countries, Estonia, etc., but that's really important. So, what is it that you complement and to do as well?
Thank you very much. So, maybe to add as well, so I of course now stated many times that I hope you will open that discussion, but I will also hope that you take a look at the strategy, which now have the first draft of that next to also strategy decision to see if those also match with each other for national context. Because, of course, it's nice on the European level that we want to go to those 7, but it also needs to fit the cultural and political spheres within your country. So that's a discussion you can only have
Yeah, thank you very much. A few announcements before I leave it to you all. Just to make clear, so we now have complete final words. Figured it out. So here's that's the first thing. The lunch is already ready for you. It will be outside in the hallway. You can stay there. There are some high tables. You can also use the courtyard outside. you cannot smoke in the courtyard. It's still inside of the abbey. So the only smoking place you have to go via the main entrance is smoke really outside of the place, outside of the premise, if you need to smoke. But you feel free to use the courtyard to get some fresh air, it's pretty cool. There are drinks at the back to take. Please try to be respectful as well. We have to clean ourselves at the end and leave the place back as we found it. So keep your trash with you. We've provided some trash bag on each tables. Of course, there's also Adrien from France at the back there. You can see that's waving, who brought for us quite a lot of goodies from France that you're able to purchase. There are notebooks, there are little pens and pins and other things. There's also t-shirts that's from Belgium, but he's so kind to help us. So if you want to get yourself some merch, please feel free to see Adrien. And if there is any extra questions, please feel free to ask me, Ram, Amana, Tikmo. We're going to be around. I'm going to try also to scan your tickets. So I've sent all of you, if you bought your tickets, I hope you all did, you should have gotten a mail around 11:30. I will try and come and scan your ticket to make sure you checked it all in. And I think that's it. So yeah, just be mindful, but enjoy the lunch. And we start at 1:15. 1:30. Okay, we start at 1:15. All right, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah.
it's not just this, but you need to pause the live stream so that when you can you pause it? Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, Tracy. Yeah? I think I can. Hold on. What is this? This is the live stream. Pause. 1 second. Continue.
Is there anything vegetarian to eat on this buffet?
They're all vegetarian.
Is it all? Because,
Nothing.
Because no one quite understands. Is this all wannabe meat?
It's all wannabe meat.
No one understands, and I'm
We
not.
should have told.
It's all.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
because it's very, very unclear.
So everyone, just to, sorry, it's very loud, but I want to say it's all vegetarian food. All of it is vegetarian, no meat. We should have said it's all vegetarian.
Hmm? Yes.
Hello everyone, we're going to start again, so please take a seat again. Take a seat again, sir. Please take a seat again. We're going to start. Please take a seat again. We are going to start really in really 1-2 minutes. Okay, so really last minute to take a seat. We're going to restart in 1 minute. Thirty seconds. Or would you like to finish?
everyone again. Are we all hyped up? Or are we dying from the digestion? No. So next in the program is going to be Bart going to show us a bit on the political vision and the narrative that actually you've helped develop. So I don't know if you all remember, maybe the new members of course don't, but we asked all our members to fill in a questionnaire of what is their political vision and their positioning, or how they felt they positioned themselves within the political spectrum here in Belgium. And Ram did an amazing work to make this questionnaire and now make a small report about it, which we will present. But I think it's always interesting to know what we are and how we want to go forward. So yeah, Ram, I'll let you work. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. So there are three parts actually. First, in like the first 10 minutes, I will highlight some of the key results of the survey. And then based on the survey, the results, we drafted like a draft political vision. So we currently have an official adopted political vision for Belgium from 2021. It's based on the 5 plus 1 pillars of Volt Europa. And we decided to like add in the first place an overarching page, but it's not pillar specific. And we will discuss, the third part is discussing that overarching page. So later after my presentation, we will also distribute like the one page on paper so everyone can always read it during the discussion. So maybe a question, like 88 members completed the survey or questionnaire. Maybe raise your hand if you completed the survey questionnaire. Oh, quite a lot of people. Quite good. Okay. I think earlier in the website I also shared like more elaborate results, but now we will go to some of the key results. Like one of the questions we asked during the survey was, how do you identify yourself on the left-right spectrum, for example, economically? And then you see there were 87 responses to that question. 55% identified themselves as center-left. 18.4% as center. 13.8% as center-right, and 12.6% as left. So if you combine that, then you have basically 68% left of the center, 18.4% in the center, and 14% to the right of the center. And then the second question, do you identify yourself as progressive or conservative? There the answer was a bit more unanimous, like around 98% identify themselves either very progressive or a little bit progressive. There are only 2 people who completed the survey who identify themselves as conservatives. 75% of people completing the survey, but it's also a bit reflective of our membership, is identified as male, 22% as female, 2% as non-binary or other. We know there is some work to do it, but also with the same in other political parties, because we need to participation. Then some other 74% identified as heterosexual, 25% as non-heterosexual. For the age distribution, it's quite even. I mean, there is a lot of variation in age categories. 15% between 16 and 25, 23% between 26 and 34, 27% between 35 and 49, 25% between 50 and 64, and around 10% 65 plus. We also see that like 48% of the members members who completed the survey live in large urban areas, 23% in more smaller cities, 15% in suburban areas, and 14% in rural areas. We usually say, remember, compared to 3 years ago when we did a similar exercise, the percentage rural went up a little bit compared to 3 years ago. Most members are highly educated with 65% having a master's degree, 10% PhD, 70% bachelor degree as higher education, and 7% secondary school of higher education. Yeah, quickly over that, we also have sort of like religious identification. We have like 48% atheists, 20% agnostic, 22% Christian or Catholic. And also, if you look at the income distribution, it's quite diverse, with like 40% no income, 19% income below 3,500 euros, so that's the net income, the net income you receive per month. And like 32% in like the middle category. There's also, for example, like 14% who really earn more than 5,000 euros net per month. Then in the survey we also asked, yeah, what do you think are for Volt in Belgium the most important topics? Maybe not surprisingly, European integration is mentioned in the first place with an average score of 4.29 and 5. Followed by climate and environment, energy and infrastructure, education, economy, industry, and small and medium-sized enterprises, digitalization and artificial intelligence in 6, defense in 7, mobility and public transport 8, democratic renewal on 9, affordable housing in 10, and so on. And like you see, like within Volt, like consumer migration, culture, media are a bit less popular. That's maybe even more relevant for the political vision is we asked also, because that's also mentioned in the presentation of Tito this morning, that people ask for labels often, and in the survey we present a number of labels that were either used in the past or proposed by people, by members, and we asked to our members, do you like those labels, do you dislike those labels? And so they are ranked from most liked to least liked. So for example, that's really focusing on long-term vision, in contrast to the more and more short-term thinking of established parties often. There we have a net approval of plus 85%, so there's no reds there, so nobody disagreed with using that in the vision. Focusing on pragmatic and evidence-based policies. You see also a net approval of plus 70%, so like it's like 80% who approve and 10% who dislike it. Focusing on ambitious, vertical and bold proposals, also for a high net approval. Same for using Europe as your unique selling points, evidence-based policies, pragmatic party. And then, yeah, the only ideological label that was a bit more, the only ideological label that was popular in the survey was promote focus on social liberal party, where we had like 48% support and only 14% who disagree with that, giving a net support of plus 36%. And then we go, you see the opinion is more divided on focusing on time for new politics, anti-partisanship. It's evenly split, the same as promoting Volt as a realistic green party. And then we have 3 that are a bit less popular, like promote Volt as a centrist party, where more people opposing it than supporting it, with minus 12% net approval. And left Liberal Party and traditional Liberal Party are very popular with, for example, traditional Liberal Party, net disapproval of minus 64%. Here also the repetition of this morning. You see the question we asked us, like in a very set world where vote does not exist, and you are obliged to vote, what do you vote? And then in Flanders, we have like 3 parties that are shared in the first place, Open VLD or no Anders, vooruit, Social Democrats and Groen. They have around 22-23% of support. In the case vote will exist in Flanders. Also 10% with abstention votes. And then in Brussels and Wallonia, we see mainly Groen, Iglo, and DC are the most voted parties. In Brussels also less engaged in the third place. And in the survey, you get also a lot of statements. Most of the statements came from the voting test developed by the public broadcast VFT, so we didn't invent them themselves. And we use those statements to determine our political positioning. We also included in the survey a few statements from our own electoral program to see if people still support it. And then we've divided it into 3 categories. On this side, you see the statements of overwhelming support of more than 90%. For example, supporting the European Army, supporting environmental taxes, or shift taxes from labor to pollution and wealth, enable same-sex marriage in the entire European Union, focus on preventive healthcare and invest in that, a minimum tax of 50% on European corporations in all member states, or then on the second slide, for example, supporting more investments in public transport, finance by reducing fiscal incentives for the salary cars in Belgium, VAT reform to have lower VAT on healthy products and higher VAT on harmful products, and so on. But then we come also to statements where the result is more mixed or where a majority was against. So to be clear, these are not vote policies or policy proposals. They are often just statements from the general voting test in the Standaard and the victim. For example, close all nuclear power plants as soon as possible. 83% of Belgian members opposes that. Have free general practitioner visits is opposed by 51%, and the same for abortion first class training is also opposed by 51%. And then we have the statements where people were in favor, where they were against, and then there were a bit more mixed results. For example, around Portuguese and public swimming pools, there 26% is in favor, 40% against, and 33% neutral. Or to take the third one, to cap the salaries of hospital specialists, then 43% is in favor, 18% against, and 9% neutral. Or limit unemployment benefits to 2 years, there 52% is in favor, 30% against. Or introduce the 32, so on 4-day work week the same day, 52% in favor and 36% against. And if you put down the answer of the individual vote respondents on a scatter plot and compare to the other parties, then you see that so maybe it was important. So the more to the left is the more economic left wing, the more to the right is the more economic right wing, the more to the bottom is the more progressive, the more to the top is the more conservative. But also, maybe important to mention, of course, for example, we didn't decide what is progressive or conservative, we decided public broadcasting decided that. And for example, if you support nuclear energy, you are more conservative according to their methodology. So you have to take to the grain of salt, of course, sometimes. But then you see that economically we are close to the center, a little bit to the left, close to Diffie and Verwet. You also see, for example, Verwet was like 5 years ago, it was a left-wing socialist party, but it moved economically a lot to the center during the last 5 years. For example, if you compare our position, we were close to CDV in 2019, but CDV moved also a bit to the right conservative spectrum. And then you see that, economically, Ghent, for example, is only a little bit to the left of us, but they're considered more progressive, but as mentioned, that's also because they're close to their energy. Okay, then we go to the draft vision. So, as mentioned earlier, we have an official adapted vision in 2022. It was based on the 5 pillars of Europa and 5 pillars. So the purpose is to keep that, but of course we are also going to look we're going to update their text compared to 4 years ago, because of course the world has changed, and the vision should become more actual. In addition, we are adding an overarching one-pager, because that was a bit missing in our existing vision.
So today, during the residency presentation, and also during the plenary debate afterwards, we will focus on a new one-pager because it's really new. But we will also review the existing 5+1 pillars. But we will do the narrative working groups in the next weeks with the working group that I coordinate together with them, Shima, who's also the audience there. Yes, that is what I said. And so, of course, our political vision is more than a list of ambitions. It's also a blueprint for a federal Europe. Like we also noticed that, like on the European level, they're focusing more like on the United States of Europe and the European identity. And we also try to capture that in our updated political vision. And of course, we all know that it's important to market this vision very smartly to the outside world. But of course, the marketing is a tool and never a goal. We are not here for power for the sake of power. And of course, we see sometimes that other parties are copying our viewpoints and think that that's something we don't be happy about. But yeah, we are still here, of course, because also the national reflexes that we also see more and more are failing. Of course, retreat behind national borders, borders building, and Europe will also have to tackle the defining challenges of our time. Our strength also lies in our authenticity. We do not stage for populism, and we do not lose ourselves in other symbolic gestures. Our vision is rooted in pragmatism and evidence-based policies. Where we speak of European integration, we do not out of ideological dogma, but more out of a practical necessity. We know geopolitical instability does not stop at the border cross. Climate change does not carry a passport. The disruption of artificial intelligence moves faster than any national legislation. And also discuss, of course, our political vision. We must never lose sight why we do this. Our politics finds its legitimacy in the daily lives of our citizens. Think, for example, of our nurse in our border region who lives in Ghent, who works in Maastricht, who is throughout on a bureaucratic swamp of conflicting social security systems and unrecognized diplomas. Or think about a local entrepreneur being stifled by the technological concentration, the technical monopolies of power. And one nation cannot force big tech to play fair, but a strong, united Europe maybe can. Or think about a woman interviewer who saw because of budget cuts by the land that she cannot reach her workplace anymore and asked to buy a car for the first time in 20 years. For her, the back of a bus is a severe connection to her community and work. When we call for a Europe that invests collectively in public goods and infrastructure, we are fighting for the right to move freely. Or think about young renters in cities for whom housing becomes more and more affordable. Actually, also is a phenomenon we see not only inside borders but broader the entirety of Europe. So then we are now going to look to the draft political vision. So it was already a bit a process where we got a lot of input. So of course we asked the 88 respondents for the survey. But in addition, there were several discussions already about the draft vision, for example, within the leadership, but also in a Google Meet call we organized on the 17th of February, where many members, around 12, joined us to give their input and feedback. So I will try to summarize the vision of the one pager now, and afterwards we are going to do a discussion about this one pager. So first we mentioned that Volk is building a real federal Europe that is ready for the major challenges of our time. Think about climate change, geopolitical instability, collective security, economic inequality, technological concentration of power, cost affordability, migration, disruption through the fast advancement of artificial intelligence, and it does not stop on national borders. And then we say that by contrast, a united Europe can act with confidence, protect its people, and values and proactively shape the world on its own terms. In the second paragraph, we highlight that Volt believes in a strong, democratic, and capable Europe, firmly anchored in freedom, human rights, inclusivity, the rule of law, democratic accountability. Volt therefore supports a reformed Europe that is supposed to be able to take decisions, capability to implement them effectively, and the endurance to pursue long-term vision. We call for a Europe that invests collectively in infrastructure, knowledge, and public goods, strengthens upon European social cohesion, and enhances competitiveness in a rapidly changing global economy. Volt is committed to a future-oriented, broadly progressive, social liberal worldview that rejects ideological dogmas that are too rigid and symbolic gestures that fail to deliver real change. At the center of Volt vision stands a commitment to pragmatic and evidence-based policies, and we also highlight, of course, like our pan-European nature and also the label that's used on the European level, progressive, pragmatic, and pan-European. And yeah, then we run out of time, and we have at least like 45 minutes for a discussion now. And maybe we'd ask one volunteer to come here to distribute a paper to everyone. Yeah. And so yeah, and you can always during the discussion look to the paper and yeah, discuss it while you know what you're talking about. And also one of the two indicative votes that opened is about like this new one-pager where we ask you not to formally adopt it yet, but like where we ask you is going into the good direction or the wrong direction. You can open the discussion now, so if you have questions, comments, raise your hand. Yeah, no problem. We can also give you 5 minutes to do it.
Yes, so I think here the idea is a bit to engage with you guys as we are, well, this is the first political congress that we've been organizing in this format to just collect and gather ideas into how we want to shape the future of our movement and party in order to go towards the elections in 2029. As you all know, or maybe you don't know, mind that in 2029 there is of course the European election that happens all across Europe, which means the entire European Parliament, but in Belgium at the same time, on the same date. It will also be the federal parliament of Belgium that will be renewed, and all the regional parliaments. And then in 2030 we will also elect municipal elections, so the community or the communities. And if they still exist, the provinces. But yeah, I suggest that we, Carlo, maybe what I will do is I will give you a microphone to circulate
in the crowd.
Yes. First of all, a big thank you to the entire team of the work that you did for Australia in analyzing the results. I think we as well been committed to making policies based on data and science, and I think we are working with that, so big ups to you. Going through the document, the work page, it seems a lot of strong words, marking bonds, criticized, but Belgium is not mentioned simply. And I think that is a big oversight that we want to run in Belgium, we want to make Belgium bonds. Of course, if you talk to a federalist, if you talk to someone working in institutions, this is a fantastic document. But they are the ones voting for us. So I would like to get your input and also see if there's a commitment from your side to to amend this to include the Belgian vision or the Cuban vision of Belgium. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, the document is still open for discussion, so also today during the Congress, suggestions, input feedback is welcome, so we can take it into account. The purpose is like to vote on the final document in like 6 weeks or so. But yeah, I think you're right that if you look at the entire vision, I think in the 5 plus 1 terms, in the specific terms, I think Belgium is mentioned more, but indeed it's indeed true. It's good that you mentioned that in the overarching work, one page is really focused on Eurofederalism, which I think we want to keep that aspect in a way, but indeed it's important to like include more the Belgian aspect too. I think it was important. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? No, it's not. It's not. I never heard of so. Okay. I will start with the point of government and mention to you much more. What is so clear is this listing of things we are going to using smartest climate change, political settlements, and so on. It's not really. So I provoke, I stop reading a long list of buzzwords that don't say anything basically. So it says quite a lot if you like to look about it, but at this point it doesn't say anything. I would rephrase it and put really more things much more upfront and let people see long list of things we of the largest problems we would like to tackle. Everyone likes it, so we're not special.
Well, I understand your points. I think what we try to do is list a number of topics that are relevant, that show why we need more European integration. That was the purpose of this. So, with our central point of view, that comes across a little bit as a one of those ones. So, I think we should maybe fine-tune it. And of course, we also have to understand that it's like an overarching vision, so it's not going really in depth. They're not the policies. Like the policies on specific topics, of course, they go much more in depth on those topics, but like overarching vision is meant to give voters, citizens an idea where vote stands for, without having to read our entire policy program. But of course, in the policy program that will be developed based on the existing program, of course, we will go into depth in all this.
Yeah, I also think that well, we have 45 minutes to discuss, so there's a plenty of time for this because it's really important. I think also what's important is that so in front of you have nearly the whole board. We're just missing Frank and Natalia. So that's great. So you could join us here, but you're very welcome to join. We have Melvin, who's also coordinating policy for the board. But what I wanted to say in answer to this is that we can't just do it all ourselves. We have to, of course, manage the ASBL. We have to try and organize the party so that it's interesting for everyone. But there is also need of people to actually execute and write policies and ideas and refine the narrative so that it's appealing and it speaks to people. So these are good comments, but it's also a bit of a call for people to actually engage and try and help indeed to develop this policy altogether, because that's what we want to do. We want to be ready by 2029, but ideally quite a bit before, at the beginning of 28. We want to be in a ready phase in order to fly into the campaign at the start of 29. Yeah.
And of course, because this vision is like also the basis, basic philosophy where the policy should follow, it's really the purpose to like finish it in the short term, like 6 weeks, 8 weeks from now. Yeah, I think Brandon and I together will organize a bit more calls, where we can give feedback. Documents are also on WhatsApp and viral, where you can just access documents, the comments to the documents. So,
Indeed, every contribution is welcome. Now we have the communities on the highway and can comment the document you want to add to your own inputs and insights.
Tracy first and I also.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to pick on something Luca said. Look, I think it's a really great effort. It really speaks to what Force Benefits is. What is the purpose now of this document? Is it that you are going to separate the paragraphs out and drill down and, go into what it is to be a strong democratic and capable European party? What do you want to achieve with this one pager? Because, on the local level, I wouldn't be able to sell this at the moment to anyone at the local level who is concerned about, their bins, the dog mess on the street, and whether they can get to work or not.
Yeah, I think, of course, it's true that's like a vision is very general, so it doesn't go into depth into specific policies. Like, for example, the waste management interview or other careers is too much detail to put in a vision document because it's really our basic philosophy. And of course, elements like the waste management system, I think that's something where we can develop policies on in the policy working groups, for example, in the climate environment working group or housing working group. But yeah, and indeed, it's something that's not part of the general vision, and I also partially agree with you. I think that maybe it's not an ideal document to convince voters at the local level. It's more for the national, for the national level.
Can I hold on to that? Because I have the same concern that Tracy has. This is a very high level document talking about Europe, how we organize ourselves. What I find lacking is how do we deal with people living in Europe. There are 27 countries, 27 different cultures, 30 more in the next few years. But this is not what people are concerned about. They are concerned about what's in my wallet, what's my social security, what's my healthcare, migration, climate change, the war in Ukraine, for example, and now in the Middle East, the lunatics in Moscow and in Washington. I think that's much more what people relate to than, let's say, a vague pan-European idea. Although I'm all in favor of it, but it's not what people are concerned about. So how can we translate it to something that really affects people? Like the dog shit on the street.
I think, if I may just come in and say, I think the key word that we have there is overarching, right? So if we were to take these paragraph by paragraph and expand on them, let's say paragraph 2, strong democratic and capable Europe. What do we mean by that? Well, one of the policies could be at the Belgian level, what we're going to do with SMEs. And so that's what I mean by, taking each paragraph as an overarching political vision and then drilling it down to something that really makes sense for Belgium and then, something that Andre and I could sell at the local level.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also agree, it's very vague. In general, a basic development, like as also mentioned during the presentation, you can also translate it a bit into concrete examples. For example, the nurse who works cross-border and has great in a bureaucratic setup and different diplomas are not recognized, or the example you mentioned to me earlier, like the lady who can not go to her work anymore in Tenerife because her business cancelled, or like the SME who cannot thrive because like the big American tech giants have their monopoly. So I think this is a basic vision document, but we could also translate it in like examples that are much more clear for people's daily lives.
Well, we can have a look on the polls from the press and make to see what are the priorities of the citizen. And with the policy communities, the purpose is to discuss political ideas, but also to collect some ideas, to organize conferences, political debates, and invite some experts for these different topics. And also recruit among the experts, among the citizens to join in during these debates. And one third option I see is also to observe what happens in the other countries across Europe, especially during the election. What function, what does not function, what ideas we can collect from, especially from what colleagues. And one of the points we can observe is that citizens are really concerned by the power purchase. We can focus on such a topic. For instance, the last possibility, the fourth option, is to work on communication on social media, and which makes a lot of citizens.
Back? Yes. Yeah. And then after we have Marco, we have Alexandra, and then Patrick. Just a quick comment to what Mark said. I think, and that's how we did it in Slovenia. We said, what role can our country play in Europe? We said, for example, can we lead on Slovenian foreign policy? Because we said that was good points in our opinion, or can we be the connection to the other Balkan countries to bring them in? So I think it's maybe a point we could consider what role can Belgium play in the European Union, and also how does the European Union translate itself into Belgian national politics. I think with those two perspectives, they can be vague, but I think it gives much more something people can understand. Okay, we are, for example, the brain of the European Union. How does that work? Yeah. Now what about the Alexandra? Or you have to?
No, I thought you were going to answer it. I'll bring the mic to tomorrow. I think that this document can be useful and implemented in all European countries. What is missing here is a document. It's not great enough. I think we can be distinguished and do that one. Okay, I recognize myself. Good. But we need to focus on our country. We are involved in the future. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, so as mentioned, I agree with that. So yeah, I will not reply again because I already gave the answer when Caroline did the call. So, but yeah, you're right.
Okay, so it's a nice one without but I'm kind of something additionally listening to what has been said as emotions. There are no emotions in it. I mean, it needs to come to life. The Huns were at our doorstep, the Americans don't take Greenland, and so on and so on. It's talking about Volt is building, it should have been built already, federal level, because we really so we need to convince people of that urgently.
Yeah. I think you are right that maybe it lacks a bit of emotion, and I think we can't take it totally into account.
Yeah. I think it was Alexandra and Bennett for.
Hi, it's going to be repetitive because I'm just going to say what other people already said, but I agree it's a nice document. I didn't agree on what is said here. I wouldn't be very strongly right now, but it is, I understand it's an overarching vision, and I wouldn't say we can break it down to the local level because that's nothing to do with the national party anymore, but I think we have to find a balance somewhere in between, which is kind of the national level, where people still understand, okay, this is what it means for me in practice, without going to the dog pool interview. Not this is no, whatever. But I agree on everything underlying long-term disparity between prospects. Some of it is very plain. So it doesn't have to be the nurse. I think the nurse is also getting a bit overused sometimes in political arguments. But yeah, and some it has to become a bit more relatable without losing the overarching nature. So I just repeat sense.
No, you're right, and I think I also agree with what you are saying. So, of course, if you say that some parts are not clear, you don't know what is intended with that, maybe you can come to us and explain a bit more into depth. I take, for example, for the long term, it's like we see that some of our partners they take decisions based on like how many percentage of the vote they will get in the next ballot box, and then we want to think more like 2030, 2050. But for the rest, yeah, I think you're perfect.
I actually want to react on the emotions of Patrick, and I fully agree on this. Maybe sometimes when we are focused on that goal, like making goals, what we want as a vision, as a thinking, you're focused on what it is and not much on how to sell it and how to connect with people through emotions. And so this is definitely something that needs to be worked on. I think actually it's true not just for this document, just in general for all policies that might be written in the program, and how to attract people's emotion and how to relate to them to their daily lives. A bit like what Andre was saying, that there's a war here, but also they have issues with the trash and with the it's one issue with the way they want to make a fee collection for trash collection. In Brussels, it's something completely different. Even though they're only a few kilometers apart, but in Brussels, it's how it's collected, how it's deposited outside. So you see the things that how to translate overarching high-level vision, especially on European level, back down to very local issues. I mean, it requires local knowledge and it requires all of you to actually help on developing these like how can I technique, how to say this in English, to plan, how to break down this overarching vision into like concrete policies that speaks to people in local communities. Now, of course, then you have different things when you talk about municipal elections, when you talk about European elections, or even regional and federal. So it will require some work and tailoring on how to do this. But yeah, we are here. This is why we are also opening the panel of debate for this. There's a lot of hands. Yeah, sure.
One more thing. First, I agree the word Belgium should be something a couple of times. And something I heard quite a lot recently, at least in the whole discussion about what's happening in the world in Germany. They keep saying about people like Ruby or Vance or others. Well, we don't like them, we don't like their ideas, but at least there's someone with a vision, and that probably attracts people. They say that this is the world as we imagine it, and we want to get there, and this is what it's going to be. Whereas there's a bit of a vision and narrative also in this term. But very often I think we just describe problems rather than saying this is what the world will look like if you let us do it. And I think maybe we could get some clarity there. This is what Europe or Belgium will look like if we had our plan.
Thanks for having me again. Yes, I forgot to say you did a great work. I didn't say it was first comment. What I realized right now, why it's not new, is that what I'm reading there is something that is very important. So I said here, okay, I don't understand properly what do you mean by that. This text would be perfect in any academic discourse about political visions and ideas. But yeah, it is academic. You will understand it. I really would like some phenomenon on the street, encouragement on the street to elect us, and if I use this kind of text, they won't understand what I'm saying. And I think we have to way of communication. The text per se is great, but people still to know what you write it.
Before we write something,
yes. First of all, I think this is a very good step. I think investing all of the inputs into your first draft, that's also very commendable. So I think doing that this way in advance with that amount of participation is really, really good. So compliments for that. We on the European level had exactly the same challenge as well. I commend the first reading. I think the first reading carries weight in the sense that you can rebuild it and reshape it in a way that makes many of the other ideas also a little bit redundant. I will repeat myself a little bit with this. So what we faced in Europe is that because of all of those topics were so abstract, they were difficult to grasp. So my advice would be to stay away from big macro abstract things, move towards emotional appeal, and create a clear urgency. So if you make those different steps within the vision, and then actually I'm as well just as said into an utopia, then you create a strong emotional reaction. That's actually what we have to do, because we also see that with our conversations on political topics. If we tell an abstract story, it doesn't fit, but if you make it a personal story, and of course the vision is never a personal story, but if you make a personal story out of it, people remember it. So I hope it goes away from abstracts, into emotional points, to urgency, to the utopia. That's the best thing.
Yeah, I think this is a good speech. I think you're also open to, for example, look at, for example, the European communications team based on advice and say that we better, so be open to it.
I agree with most of what people have said, so we need to make a difference and our utopia of the whole country. Isn't it the case that we need this for Europe, for Belgium, and for the cities? So it's this leads us to for Europe, and also doesn't address the cities. That's the work of the cities. Maybe you can say like, okay, we envision our not as a global entity, but as an integrated part of the European army. You can say which things you envision as part of the European story and which will still be run by the more Europeanized countries. So it will make it more concrete picture for what it actually means in Belgium, because it's very confusing that okay, we want all these things for Europe, but what is it exactly for Belgium? I think it will also create an very complex what we don't want to do in Belgium and why that is more efficient. So, for example, saying that we don't want to negotiate with Trump on our own terms, so we want the EU to do that for us, but we don't want to have a goal on our own, we want the EU to do that for us. So to make something more efficient for things, without
Yeah, you're totally right, and also maybe one item is important to still highlight is like we are not focusing discussion on like the overarching one vision because it's really new. Like we already have a vision based on the fact that one better, so in 2022. Of course, we're looking to refine it because the world has changed. Like in the better smart states, state reform, economic renaissance, global balance, social equality. Just because I've been more specific and concrete, for example, like you mentioned cities, and like in one of the pillars, the cities is one paragraph, so in that sense, you're totally right, but like we also have to highlight that this document is only like the overarching one page, and that we also one page of each of the five small pillars. And those are a bit more specific and complete, so you have to consider the vision as a whole, of course, in the end.
Okay, if I may, so thank you as well from my side for this document. To continue what Patrick's pointed on emotion, I totally agree with that. I would like to stress also that document should be positive. I see you're talking about problems, but what I would like to see is a vision for a Europe that is more confident, a Europe that knows that we have a model of society that is worth fighting for, that has brought us so much prosperity in the last 80 years, and that can continue to do so. But we don't have to be afraid of Trump, because sheer economical power, Europe can compete with a power like the United States, but we don't realize it now. So I would like to see, the more a message of hope for Europe, a Europe that can continue to be a place where democracy and individual freedom is at the highest levels worldwide, and that this is really what it means to be European. I think I want to see that message a bit more, and related to that, the document should focus a bit more, like Elizabeth said, on individual citizens. So what does it mean for individual citizens to keep fighting for the European model of society?
Yeah, true, and I think indeed, with your document, we focus more like on the urgency, like because all those problems in the world, we urgently need a more integrated, federal Europe. And in that sense, it's maybe a bit right that like it goes on to the cross very positive, and I think it's certainly something we should take into account. There are of course the remarks that was mentioned earlier, of course.
It's always so ahead.
Yeah, I just like to if you're spending money on communications, it's not because it's proper. Because a lot of things need more about citizens, like the sentence about states are free to protect blah blah blah. And we are citizens, we're free to protect me. It's just a small change, so it's more legal. And I think popular and more legal because the content is there, I think. It just needs to be
Yeah, true.
I actually wanted to follow up on what Alex said. We need a message of hope, and I think we have messages of hope already in Europe. Also, the history of the last 5-6 years of multi-existing, we often rely on best practices around Europe. And I think this touches back on what does Europe mean for Belgium and Belgium for Europe, and I think we can easily explain. You will benefit as a citizen from having bike roads like in the Netherlands. You as a citizen will benefit from social housing like in Vienna. You as a citizen will benefit from clean water and public spaces. And I think this is something that is not here, and I think we can really build in and make it the essence of this one culture.
Maybe I give a small word. Of course, Tito will be a much better learner or not loud. But you guys were all sitting on, or not a leaflet that the team of Ghent made for SMS Ladders, which is it's a bit more than one picture, it's a little booklet. But I think it gives you an idea a bit on how it can look like to make such a national vision flyer / booklet to defend our ideas. So yeah, this is more of a draft, of course, of a political vision, long-term, more high-level. That's why it seems more academic. I don't think that this is how we would go campaign in the street and just go like, by the way, here's our one picture. Please vote for us, because we know what we're talking about. So this is obviously not okay. But this debate, this discussion is great, by the way. And I want to make a small comment on this. You sidetrack, but as I said this morning, thanks to all the volunteers that helped us build the room, so we had to set all individual chairs, build the podium here. So there was a little question about should we add another row of chairs in front? Why am I saying this? Is because here you're probably feeling this energy of like there's us on the stage and there is you. But this is not at all the energy. It's just it needs to be able to. We need to have a discussion, and you cannot have a discussion on a round table with 60 people without like a crazy moderation system and whatever. So here it's really to have this like open debate. Yes, we are the board here, and you are the members from all over the country, but it is really this open discussion. So the format maybe look a little bit like we have all the answers and you guys are just listening. But really, this is how to build a movement for stuff. Why did I talk about this first row of chairs? Because what we want to like make it seem like we're closer to you guys, but it's also that it looks a bit weird that there's less flow in the front. So that's why I'm saying it just sounds weird, but these are emotions that you probably all feel in this room without really noticing until I just told you about it. So yeah, it's a thing that we're constructing together. Of course, let's carry on the discussion. There was a question in the front. Yes.
Okay. All the words are actually more or less there, but I think we need to put what we need to do in Europe is actually make European society building. We need to build a European society. That is what we are actually doing here, but society building is still, it remains national. And one of the threats from the United States is actually to keep this society building on a national level. That's what they're doing. But the works of this pan-European nature, I mean, all the parts of them, we should express ourselves more explicit and say we're going to go for European society. To think of the things we have in common, there are a lot more in common, and we think at the less special national or church level, we're not so special. We have but make this more clear European society construction.
Thank you. Now I want to talk to you, comment. I can all the in every European country I've gone, when it's going well, it's national. When it's going bad, it's Europe. It's Brussels. It's state. So this is where we can make a difference as well. How we propose the European multi-political solution to make this.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. Of course, I can recognize myself a lot in these documents. Creating 3 parties, 1 each decade, and that's really the kind of one-pager. This is what we stand for. This is what we unite for. And I think it is very good for this kind of discussion. This is not the thing which we can come and campaign on. It is to agree yourselves. Parties are there to mediate between the different views that there are. What I hate is all these excluding parties. We are not this, we are not that, we are not this. We have to be purely this, and they fight on every word. Very often I have left parties because of that. We, the party which is defined by being pan-European, progressive, and pragmatic. These 3 P's, I think, are ideal for a young party which is still trying to find its place. And as you see, many parties going to the right, or Green Franks going to orthodoxy, we can find a place by being the green with nukes. We can find a place by being the liberal but progressive. And that is very well defined in that. Apart from the green with nukes, as I say, which is there. I just did an exercise and looked at every phrase and I said, okay, I'm in the European Parliament. We take away the extremes and we look at at the parties. So, okay, first two paragraphs, it's okay. Then we get future-oriented, progressive, social liberal worldview. So we lose this year, we lose EPP, okay, with that. Then when some prosperity is actively built and fairly shared, we may lose some peoples on the left, and then we end up with pan-European major, progressive pan-European. We find ourselves sort of where we are, between Renew liberals and between the Greens. But I think that really our innovation is like in the first paragraph and the two last, we are pan-European by nature. So really kudos for doing that. Personally, I think it's a very good summary of the 3 years that we have in the world. And then, yes, kudos to the Ghent team, because that is really declining this. Plus, I tested my Dutch, I couldn't understand most of it. So it means it's written, Trump word, it's aimed at 1 year practice of Dutch with Duolingo. So that's, I could understand it. That's it.
Thanks for your comments. To quickly react, I think, to summarize a bit, I think the comments that were made earlier that we should make it more relatable, more emotional, less academics are very true. In addition to going over to your nursing treasure, I think indeed this is, and what was already said, this is not a document we go with on the streets to campaign, but it's also, of course, it's like an official document of a commission website, that's true, but it's also a bit to internally define our labels and our political strategy, because we also noticed that many local teams in the last months were asking for how can we present ourselves with the vision and labels. And that's also a little bit the purpose of the document, but of course the comments that are made earlier, that we should make more Belgian, that we should make more relatable, more emotional, less academic, are still very true.
I also this document is my memories of that's also why I if you want to propose something, it's also we have this big keywords citizen council. We want to see that text. I think it would serve us a lot to just go into the people who want to do points like, okay, we are open to power plants or just people who do we want a citizen council or these three things. In Belgium specifically, languages, electoral college, all these questions that we can answer in so I know that today is the first particular congress. It's today the opportunity to start this work, and I think we can start with a few of those items.
Indeed, this document is quite focused on definitions, the academic part of the theory, but we can focus more on people's needs and the current emergencies they face at the moment, and express clearly our intention in terms of actions instead of definition, theoretical definition. We should not present ourselves as separator of the people, but as a people who want to improve the current situation. And that's why we're promoting the communication with the decentralized people.
Well, yeah, I think this document is people who I think who share the values reason. In this document we have values and also the values mentioned that it's really pan-European thoughts and our vision is stronger and more important. But I think
something that was mentioned is, yeah, whether that can be, is this digestible to different people. You know, I have a lot of friends from different walks of life, and a lot of them, you know, some of them, you probably not understand as well as that. That seemed like evident to us. You know, there were a lot of arguments and debates and discourse about progressivism, and that is true that you might talk to one person and to another, and they will have a different definition of what it means. So I think this is really good for us as a party because we share the same values, but the challenge I think will be when we apply this in the program and when we campaign, how do we make sure that our points get across and that our values are understood completely and yeah.
Okay, I think the first thing that's worth mentioning is that it has already been said, this is not a document that we should use to win over voters. So there's the other objective that you can have with this is for your internal purposes. And I think it's good, but there's one flaw with this, the attention span of people. I mean, it's something we all suffer from. You know, we're bombarded with information, and this is just difficult to digest. If you present this in a forum like this, we maybe you read 2 paragraphs and then you walk off, right? But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have any value. I think we shouldn't throw away the baby with the bathwater, you know? If you look at the top paragraph, for example, if you really take the time to read this at ease, there is value in there. You see, like, you understand prosperity, but on the other hand, and it should be built, we should have a dynamic economy, but on the other hand, we should operate within clear rules for people to protect them. And then you have to make the link, like, it's very tangible things like the Digital Services Act, the battle that is happening between Musk and van der Leyen about rock, where we say like things like rock, we just simply, we don't accept that. What is Musk saying? He said, okay, I will extinguish all communication possibilities with the satellites, and what will you do then? You can use this sentence internally to take a position as fault and say like, we're not going to have ourselves be bullied by somebody like Musk because this is what we believe in. I mean, we should, economy is important, but accepting a platform which, well, without the control of the people involved, show nudity, that's not what we accept, right? If you look at the second sentence there, it basically says we still need the government to make investments for people. And we're not going to strip out, as happens in the United States, government until nothing is left. No, we don't believe in that. So this is a very good document, I think, but it's too much to present here because you're overwhelmed. But I think this document can be used for internal policies that we want to work out internally within Vault, and then apply them to something that's very tangible. Another thing I want to say is, what are people interested in when we talk about Europe? What do? They go onto the internet, they go to YouTube, and they look at all these videos about Europe. That is something that is very hot. So one of the things you see there is that, like, the Wever organizes a forum in Antwerp, and you see all the interaction. That is very interesting. And I think what Vault should do is pick up on those videos and comment on them. That makes it very tangible. Another question is Alden reasoning. I didn't really see any footage of that. What does that mean? Does that mean that step 2 after the previous day is just something internal that the audience shouldn't see? What happened there? I mean, what was the outcome? These are things that are pretty tangible, and I think this is something that Vault could jump on and let's motivate even voters, because Vault is the party that is in a neutral way commenting what they can find on YouTube, things like that. So bottom line, I'm talking too much, I think. Bottom line is that this has value, but it's too much, but you can still use it for internal purposes to determine your position as a party and follow the red line that you set up for yourself.
Yes, great. I think
definitely something we were aiming with also this document and the book vision that was presented before. It's really to work out internally, and this first political congress was really to start a discussion between us, members of all, on how we want to apply our policy into or into concrete policies with actionable or actionable items that people can connect to and say, okay, this is what I want to see, that's why I want to go for you. And then on the interaction of our campaigning, spreading that message. But yeah, again, it's a big goal for volunteers again, but speak to your friends involved or friends that want to, are that are interested in wanting, in joining and engaging, and it can be in tiny amount, it doesn't be a big work, it can be in specific things that you want to contribute and help contribute. So this is definitely more than welcome. I think either Rams or Melvin are the perfect contact point for these if you want to help in this. If you're one of the youth members, she's restarting the youth group.
If you are under 18, we have a group chat if you want to join it. Probably under 30. Like 18 to 30, you can talk to me and I will add you to this whichever you have soon and have a first meet up. I just want to very much being said before me. The ideas are there are all we can do, even for internal purposes. I think it doesn't have to be so academic. And now I'm going to get my usual hobby horse out, especially in English. It's not dumb, it's simple. And in the sentence where it's activity definitely thinking research is not a cost or necessity, it would just say spending money on schools is necessary for our society. It's not dumb, it's straightforward. So I think all of this could just be broken down to everyday language, even for our internal purposes. I think we can make things easier for ourselves.
Thanks for the feedback on this. Yeah. Yes. Another question. Sorry for the question. On the European level, we are also working this moment on restructuring the narrative for the 2029 elections. So that might be also some people you can contact George for it. The same thing also got a lot of input from all the different countries. Next to that, you can also approach Anna. Anna will sit down with the campaign team of Mandani in New York, and they got a lot of nice tips and tricks also on how to do that. So that would probably benefit a lot if we can make a campaign like that. Then we can really happy.
That's really nice, and I think we certainly will do that. And also for everyone, really thanks for your input in the discussion. It was a really nice discussion, really useful input. So in the first place, indeed, the document for policy, but of course it's on the website, and certainly you should make it more emotional, relatable, less academic, more focused on Belgium, that are the main keywords and key interventions. And so I think...
Yeah, I think we'll have to move on to the next agenda item. Thanks a lot for all this input and all this feedback. I think also maybe it's interesting to have a feedback in the future. Maybe I'll look at if we can something small about this. But to understand it, this was also a format that is engaging to you, because of course you all took your time on Sunday to come here and to share this moment with us all again. But this is of course a format which time constrained and stuff like this, but it's one way to get the word out in a very fast by a lot of people. But of course, the discussion needs to carry on. And if you have also any other idea on how to engage more positively into creating a narrative, and of course, always in cooperation with the European level,
to get like the best practices and refining the narrative, please do get in contact with us, and we are really actively looking to transform the movement so that we can be again, repeat myself, but ready for 2029 and with a clear and engaging message for everyone. And one last thing is that don't be afraid also to speak in your language if you feel uncomfortable speaking English. Maybe you don't repeat this enough, but it is expected Nederlands geen probleem of français, c'est always a thing because we really want to engage with all Belgians, right? So it's not just dialogue with European people, it's English.
And of course, this vision will also be translated in Dutch and French. So.
Yeah. Just one last remark before I rush yourself. The voting, it's not voting, consulting is still open for about an hour and a half. The two questions were, do you agree with the strategy, so not so much the content of this document itself, but is this the way to go forward, taking back all the feedback that has been given here today? The other question was about the strategy, was Tito presented this morning. Yes, no, or abstain. You can still change your vote. If you change your mind, go ahead. At 1:45 we'll finalize the votes.
Thanks a lot. And yeah, let's carry on the discussion. Now we will have Werner, which will okay, so you have a little pause now, a little break to refresh your neurons and grab some coffee.
So, I can
One last remark. If anybody didn't get the mail to vote, come to me or to Ryan, and we'll see why not.
Please take a seat again. We are going to start again, so please take a seat again. Now,
dear members, please take your seats. Don't hesitate to sit at the front. We have a couple of exciting last points. There will be a cool panel debate. And then we will have more time to socialize. I will announce afterwards. Please come and take your seats. We will start with the next debate. I think you guys can come already on the panel. Can we have the panelists? Ah, okay. Yeah.
If you don't take your seat, Enrique will be very sad. He might even cry, and that will make me cry.
That makes me cry.
Yeah.
And then we will not go for a drink later. Okay, that's it. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Enrique. Goedendag, bonjour. Hi everyone. I am interrupting the regular scheduled program because I have a very important and nice message for all of you. I would like to share that this Wednesday, so in 3 days,
Tuesday.
This Wednesday, so in 3 days.
Wednesday, sorry.
You can come on Tuesday as well if you want. I would recommend you come on Wednesday. We are organizing a big debate. We organize it in Brussels at the ULB, which is the biggest university of the city. And the debate will be about Bruxelles 2.0, Brussels 2.0. How do we unlock and deblock our capital of Belgium, our capital of Europe? We have actually managed to get a very nice lineup to talk about this issue. We have Philippe van Parijs, who I think is a big source of inspiration, on the Belgian state of tomorrow. How do we make this very complex soup that we've made here in Flanders, Wallonia, Brussels, into something that is actually workable and efficient? We have Fatima Zibou, who was the lady behind all these protests that have been organized over the last years to push Brussels politicians to take up their responsibilities. We have Benjamin Baller, who is a senator, who is a member of the Brussels Parliament, and ook voorzitter van de Vlaamse Gemeenschapscommissie, so a very big Brussels politician. I have no clue what's here. And we have Bertin Lampaca, qui est président du Parlement bruxellois. It's a very nice panel. We're going to talk about how to reform Brussels institutions so that we never need to go through what we just went through again, 615 days without a government. We'll talk about how to make Brussels more efficient, more participative. It's a very important moment for Volt as well, for a few reasons. Why? First, because the place of Brussels and how we organize Brussels is crucial. It's crucial for Europe, it's crucial for the people in Brussels, and Brussels is also like the central thing, the most complicated part of the whole Belgian state structure. So if we ever want to have, as Volt, which I think we should, a reasoned idea of how we should reform the Belgian state to make it more efficient, Brussels plays a huge role. It's also an important event because it will be at the ULB, which means that it's a place where there's many students, and we would like to recruit those students because they're young and energetic, something I wish I could see. And it's also important because it's the first
debate in a long time, and so we're hoping to get a lot of visibility in general. And therefore, I want to ask you to please come help us make this debate a success. We already have registration, but we really need a lot more. There's a lot of time left of the multi-tools. And so if we take pictures, and so if these people, these big speakers come and see, I hope that they can see a big, full room. So if by any chance, on Wednesday, you are free, if by any chance you know people who could be interested, if by any chance you can bring a busload of family and friends, then I will be eternally grateful, and I might even buy you there. So please go to the website, subscribe, share with everyone you know. Et oui, le débat va être en français, mais c'est l'occasion parfaite pour les francophones de parler leur langue et pour les autres de l'apprendre. And we will also then, of course, move towards Dutch and English debates in the future. But this one had to be in French because it's at Belgium, and because if we talk about local versus politics, je pense personnellement que c'est pas mal de faire dans la langue des gens qui votent. We are, of course, for instance, people who want to. Merci. Are there any questions? No, so you will all be registering this. Thank you very much.
Merci. So I now invite Werner, who will give a little. He will change the slide, but he will now give a little panel debate with two panelists about European federalism. And Werner, the floor is yours. Thank you. And please give him a round of applause.
Thanks, Henrik. Hello, everybody. So I'm going to give a quick introduction to the panel on European federalism practice. We have three speakers. Two of them are the ones that we coordinated at the beginning, and now we have because the first speaker didn't show up. Let's use some time to go. I will introduce you in a second, or 2 minutes at first with some introduction. And I will begin with a long quote. You will soon see why I'm showing you this book, and it's a historical book. It's whether firmly united under one government or split into a number of confederacies, certain it is that foreign nations will act towards us accordingly. If we see that our government is efficient and well administered, our trade prudently regulated, our militia properly organized, our resources and finances discreetly managed, our people free, contented, and united. We will watch more disposal of public friendship and provoke our sentiment. If, on the other hand, they find us either destitute of an effective government or split into discordant republics, played off against each other, what a poor, pitiful figure will be made in their eyes. So, does anybody in the audience has any idea what the context of this quote is? Pardon? Exactly. So this is from 250 years ago about. It's from Shea from the Federalist, famously Federalist 4. This is when the founding fathers of the Constitution of the United States tried to convince the individual states to join a confederation because otherwise the situation would be dire and they would just succumb to the threats from outside. So I think this fits very well to our current situation. This was also this whole book of the collection of Federalist Papers used to be the Bible of Jean Monnet, one of the founding fathers of the European Union. So why do we need federalism? We know, and this is also the core fault, to solve this problem that a fragmented, ineffective Europe is vulnerable to. We read the news every day, but particularly the last few days, neoliberalism and post-liberalism in the United States dominant. Then you have the authoritarian growth power of China, the authoritarian regional power of Russia, which keeps on threatening Europe for several years now. Then also the tech oligarchs and the platforms, Elon Musk has been prominently mentioned earlier. So we all know that none of them is interested in democratic, strong Europe. What they want instead is actually to undermine the European Union and pit its members against each other. That's exactly what the Federalist Papers authors want the Americans back then, and we keep on going anybody in Europe.
So if you want to save liberal democracy, you need to support federalism. And it's a bit lower. Eurofederalism obviously is already part of our DNA, and I have a nice quote here from the website. We aim to renew the European project by building a democratic federal Europe that safeguards civilization values, empowers its citizens, and reclaims strategic autonomy in multipolar world. We support evidence-based policy, civic engagement, principled but courageous leadership. We aim to build a geostrategically relevant Europe that can defend its interests abroad and at home and remains true to its values. So this statement could be right out of the one page that we just discussed before the break. And I'll get back to exactly this quote. But first, let me say that Eurofederalism is gaining traction internationally. Some of you may be aware that Political Europe wrote a feature on Eurofederalist parties. It was the middle of December last year. Forget the far right. The kids want the United States of Europe, and also Volt was prominently mentioned here. So, okay. So pan-European party called Volt Europa, which defines itself as centrist. Not sure if everybody agrees with this here anymore. But the centrist to center-left is growing its footprint significantly since its launch in 2017, including a foothold in the European Parliament. And we were also mentioned in this article later on Volt Europa, pan-European Federalist Party, won 5 seats in the most recent European Parliament elected, and now has 30 national chapters, both inside and outside the EU. However, we are not the only Federalist Party, and in the same text, just the sentence earlier, Abe Europa is mentioned. The group founded in March last year plans to run candidates in the next EU elections. And the quote that I just showed you earlier was not from Volt. It was actually from Abe Europa. So they speak of evidence-based policy, civic engagement, democratic federal Europe. It's just stuff that we would actually say. So it's, from their website, it's exactly their mission statement. So their competition and how do they describe themselves? They are also calling themselves pan-European civic policy movement. They actually arose from the Lithuanian section of the Young European Federalists, and we still have the speaker of the Young European Federalist movement on the stage here. They would also speak of strengthening European unity, surrounding democracy, engaged citizens, Europe is shaped by its people, Europe by reason, so again, lots of wall points actually. Now what does Abe want? And this is from a tweet from a few days ago only. They claim, and it's hopefully good for us, they claim a completely different vision of Eurofederalism than what they call mainstream Eurofederalism. That's from the same tweet. They make a distinction between Volt and the organization that's Giorgio, who joined the panel here, is member of, the other speakers also member of. As the mainstream European federalism, and on the other hand, what they claim. And if you compare these points, we don't have to go through all in detail, but sometimes they look like a huge contradiction, sometimes it's very much compatible. However, if you look at what they say at the bottom here, Europe for everyone is what we actually want. Of course, we don't want anybody in Europe, we want the people in Europe who want to share our liberal democratic values, but they want Europe for Europeans. This sounds quite nationalist and Euro-nationalist, quite exclusionary, if you will. So in this regard, I've been following them now for several months, and what I saw in the last few weeks is, I mean, they always try to describe it as a centrist right alternative to Volt, but now they're moving actually much more into nationalism, which is hopefully continue doing this because it's actually really good for us. However, what should Volt want now with regard to Abe? At least my own opinion, but I hope this opinion is not only mine, but some of you at least share this, that we should monopolize the brand Eurofederalist Party, so that, I mean, we are pan-European by design, we are Eurofederalist by logical consequence, we all know this, we discussed about this now for the last few hours. Then we exist already in 30 countries, we have 5 MEPs, we all know this. We are at this moment we should also be in the future number one Euro-federalist party. And what I would actually really like is that anybody who thinks of Euro-federalism, at least as a political party, no offense to the organization, that they identify Euro-federalism with Volt. So that when you are federalists, then you should support Volt, and also the inverse, that you associate Volt with Euro-federalism. So if you support Volt, then you effectively are supporting Euro-federalism. And the context of why I'm speaking about this is political issue narrative, so the same topic that we just talked about before the break. And so I would suggest we should also brand Volt Belgium the number one federalist party in Belgium. And this is necessary for Volt Belgium and its local branches. But as you know, most people don't distinguish between the national and the local levels, and they care about the topic that just heard, like Deutsche Führung, for example, is the topic, and what does the European Army need for me in my backyard? So we need to have answers for this. Is exactly what we should discuss. So for the Volt campaign strategy for the next elections, how do we translate Euro-federalism from a constitutional vision into something that speaks to the everyday concerns of Belgium? And I've done now enough talking, so I will now introduce the panelists, and they will discuss some of these topics, but also a few other questions about the future of, or the potential future of federal Europe. So first, I will invite onto the stage Christelle Zaval. She's the president of the Luxembourg section of the Union of Europe Federalists, and she was the president of the Young European Federalists, Chef Europe. So that's, by the way, the Lithuanian chapter of them is some of them, or from our, this can go the wrong way, but not in your case, I hope. And she was also the former coordinator of Democracy and Depression campaign, Jeff. Then the next speaker, a warm applause for Giorgio Lotti. He is a senior policy officer at the European Commission. He was board member of Volt Belgium, as well of the Arbitrage Commission, federal member of the Union of European Federalists, and also the co-founder of Alliance Europe, Alliance for Europe. And the third speaker, unfortunately, couldn't come, but that's why I invite Mels on stage. So, one applause again for Mels. And I will start with one question, and we can also answer first. So we will keep it as little more as possible, so please include here. And so the first question would be, what are the biggest obstacles to a federal European state, if you think of legal issues, political issues, and also psychological issues? And the microphone.
Hey everyone. I think I'll just get the aggregate out of the way because yes, some of the methods in Lithuania, they were excluded from Lithuania because they were nationalists, and that's the issue. And that's a real issue I don't think we should see them as a competitor because it's a total different brand. It's like Euro-fascism, Euro-nationalism, it's not feminism, it's not about values, it's not about cause. So I think it's a complete different offer from Volt, so I would we solve things for this amount of money, and putting things together is more efficient, hence we have more money for everything that happens to you.
Thank you, Christelle, if I can. Yes. Thanks for the question before we I think it's really important because I've been a federalist for now 4 to 5 years. I joined when I was 15. My grandmother is Polish, so we're cousins on the other side of the border. And for the oldest of you, they were SS-20 prizes. So in the 80s, the Americans, put missiles, nuclear missiles in Turkey. And the Russians said, doesn't go. Nuclear missiles are only in Russia to go to America, and America to go to Russia. So they said, we will put missiles in Poland, in Romania, to hit the Germans. So the Americans then said, oh, okay, so we'll put missiles in Belgium and Germany. And there was a big demonstration of all my friends. I was at the European school, I was the second generation Europe, who said, no, we don't want nuclear missiles here, etc., etc. I was on the other side, and I was saying, if the Russians are putting nuclear missiles in Poland, we better have missiles here. Because my cousins in Poland didn't want nuclear missiles in Poland, but they had no way to say so. So that is the big chance. We need to have the chance to say things about this. And I joined Vote 3 years ago because I was a little bit frustrated, when I was a young federalist, much before Christelle, really people were doing actions. Even before my time, my father, they were not federalists at the time because they were poor, they went to the borders and they dismantled the borders. They have these pictures of the European federalists just taking the borders away. You see all these Europeans, well dressed, etc., and taking the borders away. I was not frustrated with the fact that when I joined the European federalists, there were no options. We were discussing what is confederalism and pan-federalism, which should be the history of that. What I found involved is the opportunity to act. And I find it also in Jeff, more often with Jeff actions than human actions. 3 questions really to further. What are the blockages to legal? No. It happens that I'm reading the lifeless pictures of Poland's back, and it really shows that there are no limits. No limits to what political will can do. If you have good rules, you can find solutions. And not solutions which go around the ways, but solutions which interpret the law and apply the law. And if the law is not right, we are in democracy, we vote, and we change the law. So that is the way it has to be done, not the way Trump does. It just violates the law and then nominate judges hoping that the law will follow the policy. Now to be clear about European identity, here, everyone respects the law, including prime ministers and bosses. That is the way we say it. So legally, no. Political, yes. I think there is a political barrier of the fact that most politicians today are national. If there is more importance to the European level, more federalism, they say, I will lose importance. So we will be deciding about the future of Belgium. It will be Guy Verhofstadt, not because he's a Belgian MP, which is not anymore, but because he has a lot of influence on the MEPs in the parliament, which will both speak to Belgium and the Belgians will not know. And Nicoletta used to be an Italian prime minister, he is in power now. And now we have prime minister, he has been elected all the ministers last week, or 2 weeks ago, in the meeting after the Mario Draghi did the same thing. So Alex Varoufakis, who was an obscure left-wing professor in Greece, wasn't the but he is the ear of the whole European left. And he's really giving an original way of economics, by the way, I totally disagree, but he is influencing. Think about all these national politicians, the local politicians who feel, okay, they decide I'm not important anymore. And of course, David Mukwege, and we will see there, our 5 local politicians have actually incredible things, so it's really important. Psychologically, I want to end on that. I think the basic problem we have is decide in Brussels, I will take the decisions which are important for Belgium. Now, we've seen not in Belgium it is about how to use the money for Europe. It took a very, very, very brave and stand from our behavior, not to go for that election, and even people know it. It's the Belgian government who found the solution, which eventually the Commission said, because he was clever, he not only came with a problem, he came with a solution for Europe. And we have in fact that solution, which is what. And so sovereignty is global, and we have a quote from Spat who says, c'est une chose est utile à un pays et pas à l'Europe, je suis contre. C'est une chose est utile à l'Europe et pas à un pays, je suis contre. So he understood that if something is against Europe, eventually my country will suffer. So the blockage is psychological, and we have to make people understand that in the political level or at the local level. So if you're not federal, you're not.
Yeah, maybe first to start, the emergence of other federal options is in a sense, a good thing. If we want a thriving European democracy, we need to be European options. So involved we combine social democrats, greens, and social liberals in one party. But hopefully in the future there won't be European options. Because if you look at the European parties that there are now, they are just families, parties who strive for their national interest, their national wings, so to say, which is very dysfunctional. This is also why I hope that in the future the model of the European parties will also be copied by other options, even if I might not agree with them, but I think that plurality is important for European society. Now, the rest of the questions are, of course, all discussed, but maybe continue on the European identity. I think the European identity is slowly emerging. I think what creates European identity is shared experiences. Shared experiences like the government. We also share this experience like organizations that we present, where there is an interaction on questions how do we shape our society, how do we think of our shared future, etc. So I think they are instrumental into creating that shared identity. I think from generation to generation that is changing quite rapidly, also because we see that outside of Europe, they are not speaking about European. So maybe slowly we will get there. So I hope.
Thank you very much. May I put you for comments related to what you consider? You already referred to this as a because we can do something like a European politics, European identity. It's not just political crisis,
yeah. But maybe I want to make a point on this because I have multiple identities. So my regional identity is strong, which is for me more important than Dutch identity. There is a strong dialect there. There is very much proudness in the phone. But that's not a conflict with Dutch identity. I think both at the same time. So I think that duality in local and national identity can also exist within the European identity. But it is something that's going to take time. And I think if you look, for instance, at AFE, they are also advocating for some sort of European nationalism, which is a tool to create that. But I think it is in conflict with what European is. Europe is a continent with many different cultures, different languages, different people. So I think we should have a very clear understanding of that. And that should also be reflected in our institutions and the way we operate.
Yes, but for me it's funny to see Eurofederalism because I've never used that term in my entire life, and I spoke a lot about federalism. The thing with federalism is that in Jeff, also in Jeff, it's seen as, so federalism in Europe is the first step towards European, like European federalism is the first step towards world federalism. Not everyone wants world federalism. Fine. You don't need to advocate for it, you just need to be not against it. Why? Because of nationalism. Because the goal of federalism is not to bring nationalism at a European scale. Because nationalism brings war. And so that's why we do that. So some people are very into world federalism and good for them, and that brings a lot to movement. Some people are not really into it, and that's also fine, but it's about not replicating the mistakes from before. It's going past this nation state. We don't want to be a European nation state. Because that's against the federalism, that's against the subsidiarity, that's against the plurality of identities we have. Yes, for instance, now, Georgia, you spoke about sovereignty. I think what people miss at the moment is that you're not sovereign at the national level on many options. Like, sovereignty is about the ability to make a change that not only benefits you, but it's the ability to make a change. And we don't have that at a lot of levels. Sometimes we don't even have it at the European level. So, sovereignty is not a given, it's not even shared, it's reclaimed. It's about having sovereignty again that we lost. So, there's a lot of nationalism talk about losing sovereignty. If you can decide on a topic that it has no impact, you're not deciding on a topic, you're just voting on a piece of paper, and people are like, yes, you're against war. Is it solving the war? No. So, that's, yes. We should, in the world, they have identity because you see differently others behave, it's against our values, and we have a lot of issues at the moment that are creating this outside perspective on Europe. But then Europe is indeed this shared values and shared identity and shared experiences. Shared experiences, it's Erasmus, yes, but it's also the euro. When you use the currency, you think in euros, and now, Commission think in euros, Hungarians think in euros. And it sounds trivial, but it shapes the way you see the world. And the world is, I don't need my passport to travel. The world is, I don't need to change currency to travel. Right? Of course, there's still pockets of misery where you have to exchange money and, and show your ID at the border because Schengen isn't very threat, and it's a lot of don't touch my Schengen that isn't it at the time. Which is okay. Yeah, so that's the issue, right? But you have a new vision of the world. Also because we travel more. Because I live in Luxembourg for my 8 years. I cannot be non-European after doing this. And you were speaking about local identity. I don't have a lot of local identity because I come from Paris. And there was this really funny map. And on this map you could see people from a part of Europe more thinking locally, as in terms of identity, nationally or European. So one of the places where people were thinking European was Europe. Yes. So the capital of Hungary, yeah, it makes sense because usually capital cities feel more national in their identity because it's more closely associated. So I don't feel pretty much from France, which is a region where Paris is from, but I feel a lot French because I was born there. I feel more European than French because of all of this. And then I feel Luxembourgish, even though I don't speak the language yet. I'm studying it. But you see, it's also building. And then my friends, they get married across borders and have children who speak 4, 5, 6 languages together. So of course,
just very quickly, I think you make a very good point on European sovereignty. Because at this moment, we believe we have national sovereignty, which is a clear illusion. I think Mark Barnes said it very well in his speech. We are not witnessing a gradual change, but a rupture. And that means also that the urgency of it all is becoming very, very clear. This is also why I was looking at the EPP project, because I think we need to act now, because the decisions that are being taken right now are instrumental to forming that sovereignty within Europe. And it's quite problematic. For instance, in the Netherlands, we are now putting all our tax and administration on American systems. How can we, as a politician, decide at this moment to give? We would never give that to Russia. How so that urgency has not yet reached the hearts and minds of old-fashioned politicians. And this is also why we need to change it rapidly.
Thank you, both of you. 2 points on your interventions. Denmark, to the contrary, has stepped up all American softwares. Out of Microsoft, out of Google, out of YouTube, out of everything, just to be safe in case there is a way about Greenland. And a second point that we all have in our wallet, which I'm very, very, very proud, because it's my unit, which was designed in 2004, is the European health card. Allowing all of us, when we travel across borders, and there's French people here, if anything happens, you just go to the hospital, European health card, you will be cured. Try doing that in America, maybe the visa card. I'll finish on positive identity, because I happen to be a course on the EU as a union of values, University of Fulham, and I borrowed the image, I have to say, to Mr. Silvius Miano, a leading European, which gave me my first course into European values and education. He's an Italian born in Turkey in 1930, in a small community of Italians living there in the islands of Rhodes, which at the time was Turkey, and it was transferred to Greece, and then it came to Brussels to European. And Europe is 4 trees, and you can see Europeans, I will use a ChatGPT to build the slide, I still have to do it, I'm not good at it, but now with the ChatGPT I think I can do it, not I use this time, and then use ChatGPT. So, 4 trees, which really unite us in a positive way. So we have the palm tree from Jerusalem. We are united by the religion which was in Europe for the last 2,000 years. Now we disagree with it. The Americans immediately say, so it's good, we have been shaped by the Christian religion. Catholics, Protestant, Orthodox, the Christian religion. We said that there was one God that you were free to choose to follow the God or not. That is, I think, something we don't find in our religions. Second, you have the olive tree, Greek democracy. 2,000 years ago, the Greeks in Athens ruled it out that everyone has its voice to make the politics of the city. It's more simple, everyone, the rulers of the earth, could contribute to making it. And all the free men had the right to vote, not slaves. The third tree is the pine tree, which we find in law. That's the state of law. Once you define these rules, you write them, and everyone has to respect them, including the president. Try to write that in Mr. Trump. So the fact that everyone must respect the rule of law. And the fourth tree is the oak tree of Northern Europe. 200 years ago, Adam Smith, Marx, Ricardo, all these people were philosophers, going around between Germany, England, France, and they came up with liberalism and socialism. In Europe, is crafted by these 4 trees, which come from the 3 cities we have. And then the Americans say, oh, but we are the same. Socialists? Right. When I came here on the plane, I had to write. I never was a member of a communist party, which is not true. was probably responsible. I think there are two new trees which are really our generation trees. And this is sustainable development and it's human rights. Humans, the fact that a person is a person. You don't vote like your family, you don't vote like your party, you don't vote like your city, you don't vote like your country, you vote like Melvin, Brown, Hispanic. That is freedom from society. Try to do that in many countries, you will have a society, a village, and you will have this positive vision of European life.
Next slide, please. We have time for one more question, so if we imagine in 2030, like 4 years ahead, we'll be closer to the federal European state, we'll be further away from the European state.
I'm an optimist, but I believe optimism, it's not just, waiting on the couch, waiting for good things to happen. Optimism is the same way hope is. So my hope and my optimism is sitting up on my couch and doing things. So yes, waiting for it to happen happens because we would have gotten up and acted. And John was speaking about how feminism action, maybe it's not too much in some places, in yeah, say that. But like, if you don't like the way some things are done, just take position, stand up, do things. If you're not happy about something, change it. But you don't have to stand up and scream at it. You can just go and be like, I'd like to help. What can I do? And this works. A lot of organizations need help. And I feel very empowered to criticize things when I do something about it, and less empowered when I do something about it. If I do something about it, then I'm not really annoyed by it. Or maybe you can't do anything. Something about everything that you want to add. But like, pick your battles, okay? What is the most important thing you want to change? And what's the most important thing I want to do by 2030 is advocate for European innovation. And so we can do that together. And I do it from an association perspective because while I appreciate there are people who are feminists and they're pretty feminists in all points. The same way I want people who want to protect the environment in all points, not just in points. Because I feel like that's also how we build coalition, that's how we build project together, that's how we will be able to sit down and have agreements on the feminist reforms we do by having convinced people everywhere on the spectrum of people who share our values. So we then, shake hands or do a little circle together and actually enact change.
Very nice. I'm a more pessimist. I joined Volt because I was afraid populism would take over and the consequences would be so major that we could not be managed anymore. But I'm also hopeful because in 2019 Volt was just a little group of people sitting together drinking some beers without any representation. What we've seen in a short amount of time, we've seen that we could unite people from different cultures, different religions, different languages, different countries into one party. If I look back at European history, that's of course a unique thing. We used to fight each other tooth and nail. We used to have hundreds and hundreds of years of war, and since the Union project, it's changed. But it's not politically changed because there was no yet, not yet a party which united and all one. So those major shifts, like having such a thing for me also is a reflection of that I maybe need to curb my pessimism a little bit here and there, and actually think if we manage to do this in a few years, what are the years in 2030, and maybe even the first false faction in the European Parliament and really next change that we now. Sorry for this political answer.
If I can conclude, I'm very lucky because I saw Vault as a baby. And then I left Cologne, in April 2017, Vault was 1 month old. We came to Brussels to learn how to do a European Party. And we had just founded Alliance for Europe, which is a civic tech. So it's a company using technology and psychology of social media to influence people, like Cambridge Analytica, but in the good ones. And when they came to Brussels, they said, oh, we want to do a European Party. Go and speak to this guy, Trevor, he's not already 3. He goes a little bit better. And so we had coffee. And we really had a unique moment when Andrea said, you will not only do a European Party, you could go for the local elections and the regional elections and the national elections. And he said, of course. I have done 3 European parties before, we get half a million votes, very happy party, and then the best ones say we will do summer, no one elected. Summer, and 5 years, we have to wait 5 years for the next election, so the party dies. All this impersonating of vote at the local election is what helped get vote to the first lady that elected, who was to win. And then we arrived, then we get to 5, and I really loved strategy, and also what you said to get to 25. You really have a strategy to get it. Shoot, what happens in 2030? Well, it's very easy. In 2030, the EU will be federal or marginal. If we are not federal, we will be bullied by Trump, by Xi, by Putin. One example. 2 years ago, in the General Assembly in Antwerp, I advocated for changing one part of the policy, which was to tax more rich people to pay for social goods. I said, no, we need to tax more foreign multinationals, which are the ones which are not paying taxes. So we built under OECD trends. It was not us who paid for it. Anyway, the law passed in 2024. So today, every multinational in Europe needs to pay at least 50% of taxes. And we estimated this would have been 100 billion euro to Europe. Except the tax last year was only 20 billion. Why? Trump said no way that the Americans pay. So Americans are included. And second, what we thought is that tax collector would be the commission. So you collect the tax on the overall business, on the overall single market. No, member states said yes, it's okay, 50%. But everyone gets it shared. You know that the multinationals employ 100 times more lawyers and specialists than the commission. So they're very good at finding little holes, and the money goes from there, and the Netherlands and Iran, etc. So we lost 50 billion euros. If we lost it wrong, we will become marginal.
Thanks very much. This was your last closing one. It's nicely connected to the so thanks very much for the panelists. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. Very interesting for me.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Vernon. Thanks to all the panelists for their contribution. We are coming close to the end to our last session will be about the policy or working group that management will present, together with I think 1 or 2 of the policy working group, so you can see a bit who works in the policy shaping and with whom you could get involved into policies working together. I'll give you the word and try to keep it as short as possible.
I won't be long, but we have the pleasure to announce you that we launch Fox policy communities on iGo. You are free to join them whenever you want. And if you want to launch an initiative, please send me a message. You can organize additional policy communities. That's totally possible. Now I will let the floor to my colleague. Please present
things. This comes from both the general theory and one also from actual charter of Europe that we use. They say some things like economy, how to structure, so we start from like how we build, and what we choose, what opportunities are in Belgium, and how that's also interwoven with what Europe is doing, what presenting was. It's still quite open without federal, so much on the Belgian level. It will be pragmatic, we have to get a grip and see what opportunities are. So you can always reach out by way of or email. You can send an email.
We also had a good debate last week in Ghent with other political partners about democratic renewal. For me, at least, it gave me a good overview for how to tackle certain things, because I think we already have certain institutions and ways for citizens to participate, but maybe it's not a good overview for everybody at the moment what you can do as a citizen to participate, to speak your voice. So for me at least, the first step would be to make an overview of what's currently already available and what new things can be done. So it's for me at least a bit the first part. If somebody wants to join this, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Yes, colleagues, I volunteered to coordinate the working group on housing. For the moment, it's a one-woman show, and if it stays like this, not much of what is on my list will become real because I cannot do everything of that. So there are a lot of things going on housing. You are probably aware of that. The Commission has this affordable housing initiative. But that's not all. The European Parliament has a special committee on housing. Last year, when there were the Irish elections, you probably heard that it was said that housing will be the decisive topic for who is going to win this election. So housing is a super important topic, which is also seen through the fact that there is a European citizens initiative in the making, and maybe we can quickly give the floor to Alberto, because for the moment he is involved for Volt in the setting up of this European citizens initiative. Do we have a microphone for Alberto? 3 sentences.
Okay, so many partners, particularly from Italy, they can support, but then also other chapters involve many policy, the thematic community, the thematic European level, like, okay, we should do something else at the European level. So let's think of the European Citizen Initiative. We start with that information, how it works, we have many okay, yes, no problem. And what happened? We wrote a draft legal proposal. It's mostly, it is a little bit different, but not in opposition with the proposal of the European Commission. And it is more on second round, avoid the over-classification of certain areas of Europe, capitals of the region, etc. And to create a European agency that on housing can actually implement this kind of policy. Because at the moment, it's so scattered, the housing policy, that we don't even agree among different member states on what is social housing, public housing, etc. So we need harmonization on the different levels. On the way, we started up partners, and we discovered House Europe is an NGO of mostly architects, urbanists, etc. And they already presented ECI last year. It was ECI mostly on renovation, so very technical. They reached just 100 signatures. It's of course, if you compare it to the 1 million goal, because it's a very good base. We contacted them, we had a very nice dialogue, and they want to present the ECI more broadly on the housing crisis. Home Sweet Europe is the title a little more concrete that we would like to propose. And with House Europe, we have the idea to have a long title. Right to Housing is their title, Home Sweet Europe is our title, one big title, a decentralized campaign, and we just agree on the legal proposal, but we go very much as vote campaign. So we can present as a vote ECI, and we, in any case, we will be the only political party. That's something that we made very clear when we started the conversation. They don't want to have any other political party involved because vote is a power. So the legal proposal is still a draft. Any suggestion is very good, and we will go towards a merge, more focus on the renovation with the proposal of House Europe. And then we have the campaign. The timeline, so I use just a few extra seconds, is that we arrive in Bratislava, launching a countdown, people can register, and then in July we can properly connect signatures.
Thank you very much, Alberto. So for the working group, of course, we will be maybe involved only partially, so not everybody who joins this working group will automatically also work on this European Citizens Initiative, but it is of course something that we should relate to, because the objective, of course, is that we prepare something for the program for the elections in 2022. So of course we also need to understand how does it work in Belgium, so what are the different competencies of the different levels. We need the facts, we need to collect the statistics. How many houses do we have? How many people look for houses? Is it in the high segment or in the low segment? Is it about social housing, etc.? And we need to set up a list of stakeholders who are relevant in the field, who we could invite for debates, to collect more information and so on. And then of course we come to our typical bullet point that we can go to other member states and collect best practices that we might want to propose for Belgium. And I mean, I have a quite ambitious timeline, but of course, all of this will depend on who of you is going to join, to help, collect statistics, write papers, have ideas on events, implement these ideas, yeah. So, my call for action.
So, we can start with what about me. So, my name is Stefan. I'm a researcher in renewable energies and waste management. We live currently in Prague, so you might not see me person very often. And so, I'm supposed to handle 5 topics. So, one is all of the ones that are related to sustainability, European climate neutrality for 2050. So we have agriculture, climate, energy, industry, and research. So that's a bit too much for one person to handle, so that will be with some help to work on all of these subjects. This is very fast, very broad. So what I did for the moment, if you go to Heidelberg, you can find for every one of these subjects. I can have like a small summary of everything that's written in the whole moonshot. And from the 2024 Belgian program. So that's kind of like the basis we have, and then the plan is to try to expand it and try to reach the population more. So a big subject we have also is the citizens initiative, so how to bring people in the subject, to talk about agriculture, how to actually talk to the farmers.
people right now is like at the time do something with agriculture, all the farmers or are protest because they are never considered in those questions. The idea is trying to do that with all these subjects. And when we look about sustainability, then it's not only about the private part of it, but also the idea of sovereignty and the idea of being able to continue prosper. So in the case of industry, it's also keeping our industry alive and competitive. Research is more trying to support it more because, for example, if you're taking neutrals and in our program, there was still research. So you have specific research that can say, yeah, we do more research on this, more research on that. But it's never really the goal of how do we make sure that our research infrastructure is more effective. Because if you look at universities, they have many programs, and many things that really drag them down and stop them from being more effective. And also like governments, they have a tendency to, when they have questions from a consultancy firm, they never ask the whole universities about the researchers, or these people are being motivated to work in these fields. So yeah, that's kind of the plan. So we're going to then start showing by gathering data. I hope that more people will be able to join me. So I'm not super good to gather data perfectly by myself. And yeah, that is really the field support, as people be invested in it, and then think we as small country like us, it's really important to show that we are what people think. Because if people are not happy with how government works, traditional times, so you lose the impression they never listen to them. So I think that's really an opportunity now also to try to bring them more into the process and we start building cities and solutions.
Hi, it will be very short, as my group is very new, meaning starting from today actually. It will be about equality, going from gender equality to LGBTQ+, and everything like that. Then also human rights and the topic of justice, as I have a minor in law, and I like to do that policy part too, so we can cover even more. For this year, I want to keep it very casual, do some activities with a lot of conversation, very chill, so I can gather a lot of input. And then next year, starting from next year, it will be actual policy group. So this year, it will be very cool. You should come and have some games with us.
I would like to present Anushka today. Unfortunately, she is not here today, but she will take in charge the policy communities about asylum and migration and the education topics. But so thank you for your attention. If the coordinators need some more information or some help, you can always reach me out. If you want to launch a policy community, you can also send me a message. The communication team of the board is also recruiting, and we intend to develop our training team. We will send a message as soon as possible in our different channels.
Thank you very much, Melvin, and thanks to all the policy shapers for their efforts and their engagement. So, we are coming to the end of this, I hope you think, wonderful day, as much as I do, or as I did. I just wanted to mention a few things before we formally close this. You have 5 more minutes to vote yes or no on the 2 questions that were sent to you about the representative debate today and about the campaign strategy, if you agree with the direction it's going on or not. You should have just received an email, right, Andre? Because he sent you an email that says about feedback, so it's not about vote, but it's the same button. So the thing is that if you got a mail that says, please give us feedback, you can click on that button right now, and you can vote. You have 5 minutes. Unfortunately, the system doesn't allow us to extend the voting, so you have 5 more minutes to say yes or no. And then I come to the announcements themselves, because that feedback is because we will ask you for your feedback. There is on top of all these votes, there is a feedback button. It says vote now, but it says also please give us the feedback. It will open a Google form, and there we ask you about 6 questions. What did you think of today? What did you like? What did you dislike? And you, of course, have the ability to even give us an essay as feedback, no problem. But it would be good for us to really know and understand what motivates you, what we should do better, what we did good, what we can improve, and how we can get even more people interested in data today like this. So yeah, again, thanks a lot for being here. I have 4 little announcements, but don't worry, they'll be short and they'll be interesting for you, I hope. First and foremost, next is it Wednesday, we have the debate in Brussels. Don't forget about this. You can even come if you didn't click register, but it would be good for us to go and find someone who will come. So that's why we ask you to register, but please just feel free to come as well. On Sunday, next Sunday, not today, but in a week, it's International Women's Day. And in Brussels there will be a demonstration starting at the Place Albertine at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Come as many as possible, show your support. I think it's also important to include women in every part of life and society, and to break this glass ceiling that's always hampering them and hampering us to be equalitarian as a society. So yeah, that's next Sunday. Last, Adrien at the back, which will bring again, is going to close shop soon, so if you still want to really rush to Adrien in the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes, do this. And then we will invite you for a drink afterwards. So you have Arnaud, which is standing up there, and Amana, which you just saw, which is there we go. They will guide you to a pub after, well, we have a bit of time now, but in about half an hour they will guide us to a nice pub nearby, so that we can still have a drink together and if you want to network. And then I have a little bit more like of a service to ask to some volunteers to stay around for maybe 10-15 minutes to help us clean the room, because basically this has to be fully empty. Not a single thing of what's here can be here by 5:30, so that's in 45 minutes. So, I mean, the more we are, the faster it is. We will guide you on how to do the chairs. Feel free first to have a few drinks, and then we'll have to start packing this up. And yeah, thank you very much for coming. Yeah, you can applaud. Thank you. And thank you very much to all of the organizers. I've been looking at the Ghent team, Amara, Tito, Lawrence, Sato, thank you so much for helping this day be a success, for choosing this wonderful location. I'm also happy to announce that it was very budget neutral, thanks to all of your contribution when you bought a ticket. It helped us to not make this a burden to the organization, which is great because we can then use the funds to try and further develop our political messaging. So we like to do events like this where we can be neutral but still have a very beautiful location. And yeah, that will be it for me. So thanks a lot for everyone organizing, as well as Bram and all the board for being there, and Tracy for coming all the way from Tel Aviv. giving us a nice speech and motivating us, and then of course Mels, that is the president of whole Volta and consecrated a whole day just for us, coming over from Belgium. Thank you, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the day. Please come and have a drink with us. Thanks.
Yeah, before everybody goes, I'm sure you're interested in the results. So I'll give the word to Ryan.
Yeah, the result of the poll.
So we can already share with you that both propositions will be successful, and the majority of people agree with both the political vision presented and the campaign strategy. We got for both votes 39 in favor, saying yes, they agree, 5 no, and 7 abstentions.
To remember, the mail that just got is for the feedback. Please fill it in because it's very useful for us. It's on the same page. It's a vote now. It's a Google form.
Before we go, and I promise it's my last time you hear my voice, but please come to the courtyard. We're going to make a big picture with everyone. So please go to the courtyard, take a flag that you can see, just take something, take a flag, and let's go to the courtyard for a picture, like right now. Picture in the courtyard, picture, let's go. Payment, but picture first, let's go. And then you can pay me there.
tu devrais des trucs, c'est